made it to the end of time. How you think I'm up right now? Been living on this type of time.
They don't have a vision of what the future holds. Because you just saw the future.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far where I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering. I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even now my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself. Yeah. Conscious.
Boy, listen, that do something to me every time. Put a one in
Every
the chat
time.
if you can hear me. If you can hear me, put a one in the chat. I am so excited. I just can't hide it. We're about to have a great, awesome show tonight. Let me tell you why. Lost in translation, people say that Black Men Unfiltered Network, we hate women.
Mm.
They say we
That's
hate
what they
them.
say. That's what
Yeah.
they say.
I mean, Hunting Wisdom, I'm waiting on you, Sugarfoot. Waiting on you. You got the link. I sent it in your yeah, I texted to you. But yeah, you know that we hate women, and women are not good enough. They're not pretty enough for this network. You know, we can't get no women over here to do a show with us. You know,
Right.
they hate us. You know, we just hate all women. You know,
Yeah.
so I just want to
That's
say
all we talk about. You know
that's
what I'm
all
saying?
that's all we talk about. We
That's all
hate them.
talk about.
Can't stand them. Don't want to be around them.
Yeah.
That's what we talk about. So tonight's gonna be a little different. We couldn't find no women to come on the show.
Oh,
You know, we couldn't find no ladies. We couldn't find no girls to come on the show.
Mhm.
But we did find some grown ass women to come on the show.
Hear what I said?
yes, sir.
Come on now.
Don't get me started. It's too early, man.
Well, I took our run into this motherfucker. Listen,
It's too early, man.
we're gonna have a great show tonight, man, because we got Black women. We got a woman in here that they called. Listen. We got a woman in here. They told she came and talk about Black issues in there tonight. Praise the Lord, everybody. But we're about to have a great show tonight. First, I want to get to the sanctuary. It's a lot of people in church tonight. And I want to make sure we acknowledge them before we start. In Lost in Translation, you can go ahead and start with our chat tonight, man. Who we got in the chat tonight, my brother?
Well, you know, we got TJ from Through the Fire podcast. Yes, indeed. As
Come on, my
always,
brother.
it's a pleasure. And a brother from another mother, Rebel Bevel, over there from the Cowboys situation over there, where we at over there, man. And in Vochland, we give a shout out to Voch Lombardi, man, always watching us, man, in the low. Then we also got Embrace the Grace. Yes, indeed. We also have Miss Jenny Jones in the building. And Milani is in the building. I'm always glad to see her, man. You know, it's every time I see her down in the chat, man, I already know that the stream is gonna be good. She's just like a good look piece, man. Every time you see her, you know what I'm saying? Shouts out to her. And who else do we have? We have Hunting Wisdom in the building. Yes, indeed. And the one and only Anissa in the building. Girl, where you at? That's what I'm talking about. Then we also have Almanize, as always, in the building. You know, we can't get enough of Almanize. And who else we have? Oh, the Mrs. O show in the building.
Come
Yes,
on, man.
indeed. Yes,
Come on.
indeed. Then we also had Abs in the house saying, hey, what's happening?
What's
you know what I
going
mean?
on?
Who else? Oh, yeah, we got our brother from another mother, Mr. Josh Jones. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
All the way from Vietnam.
That's right.
Yeah.
We also got Radio the Ruler in the building. Yes, indeed. We also have Black Lion, the real lion in the house. You know what I mean? Who else do we have in the building? Oh, I can't forget about Reckless Ray De Niro in the building.
He said, where the hyenas at? He
He
said,
said, where they at?
where the hyenas at? You know, earlier today, somebody sent me a video of one.
Wow.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
It's so many of the hyenas. Before we continue on, just give me a small second, because it's so many of the hyenas out there. We hear stuff all the time, like, you know.
I'm a PhD.
So go ahead and continue.
We have Brother Daniel in the building. We got the one and only Trey in the building. Let's go. He said, let's get it on. You know what I'm saying? Trey always ready to go. And then we have the chairman in the building, Mr. Paul Bennett of the 8B Network in the building. Yes, sir. Who else do we have? I think that may be. Hold on, wait a minute. Not done yet. We got Lana S in the building. Can't forget her. Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just making sure that we haven't forgot anybody. I'm going through. Oh, here we go. A&E in the building. Yes, sir. And who else do we have? Marriage, politics, and sports. The real R Payne in the building. Yes, sir. And we have the one and only Eugene Steele in the building. Yes, indeed. Welcome to the show. Black man, that's it so far, man. We can go on and on and on if we need to.
Man, you know what? We couldn't find no girls for the show, but we found some grown ass women. I'm gonna go back to what I said, okay?
Yeah.
But you know, I think we should give them a major introduction. And I think that we should have the first grown ass woman. See, we're going to call it the GAW Awards, okay? The GAWA, okay? Grown ass women awards, all right? We're going to have the first GAWA tonight because we need to call these women to the stage. And I think we should do it in great form. I think we should do it in a way that's just amazing. I want to put some music in here. Hold on a minute, because I don't want to. I don't want to lose this moment. This moment is amazing. So let me find something up here. Let me go up here. Let me see. Yeah. Let me lower it down a little bit.
Just a smidge.
All right.
You know
so listen, man, I'll call. You know what? I'm so nice today. I'm gonna let you call the first beautiful queen to the panel tonight, and then we'll go from there.
You know, I have to start at the top, man. Every week at Tuesday, she's always having the wine of the evening. You know what I mean? The first grown-ass woman I want to call to the stage is none other than the one and only Anissa in the building.
Anissa, what's going on, girl?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Now, I want to bring up somebody.
How y'all doing?
Good. I want to bring up the next beautiful woman in here. Ladies and gentlemen from around the world, get your damn self together. This woman here hold women accountable, and she will tell you the truth. Welcome into the Black Men Unfiltered Network, flipping tables for the first time. Give it up for yours truly, Miss O in this building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
Hi.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Who you got for the next GAWA Award? Come on.
You know what? It's been a while since we've seen her, man. You know what I mean? She been business, handling business, you know, throwing green Bibles at folks everywhere. Every time you look up, she in these streets.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next person I'd like to bring to the stage is another grown-ass woman. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for not only Miss Jenny in the...
I'm a PhD.
Yeah. What's going on? Oh man, you done it now. Hey, listen, I want to bring up somebody that's also new to the Black Men Unfiltered Network, but just here for the first time from Flipping Tables. I want to bring her in right now. She's right here in Texas, ladies and gentlemen. She got her hair cut real low, got her glasses on with the reflection of the light in it. She's about to bring it to you guys tonight from a young lady perspective. Put your damn hands together for Tyranny in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. What you got? Come on, beat now.
You
beat,
know
look.
what? I want to bring up somebody, man, that's a comrade. You know what I mean? Somebody who starts mess on Mondays. Somebody who keeps it real. Somebody who's near and dear to my heart. You know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only. Embrace the grace.
I don't give a fuck.
Yes, indeed.
Embrace. What's going on, Sugarfoot? All right, man. Listen, last but not least at all, ladies and gentlemen, I love it because when you look at her, the nostalgia is so wonderful. She got a nice fro. It looks really, really nice. She got a big old smile that make men want to propose and walk her down the aisle. Yes, sir. If you ain't seen it in a while, he is God's child. Alicia's in the building today.
Hi everyone. How you doing?
What's going on?
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if we have somebody else come up, we will. But I want to right now say to these ladies, welcome to the GAWA Awards. You guys are the Grown Ass Women Awards. And I just want to welcome you to the Black Men Unfiltered Network, baby. Now, what we like to do here at Black Men Unfiltered Network is we like to check the temperature of the room before we get the conversation started. We've already spoken to the congregation. Now we got to speak to you guys. And we'll start with Anissa. Anissa, how was your day and how are you doing today, sweetheart?
I had a great day. I just got back from vacation and went to Palm Island, which is a private island down south. Went to a golf tournament there. And we just debunked all the talking points that you all have on these shows. So just wanted to share that with you. But I had a great time. Came back home today, so it's been good.
Oh, you glowing? You got you some. Miss O.
Yes.
How are you doing tonight, sweetheart? And how was your day?
Hello, everybody. I'm doing good so far. My day went well. Spent time with my husband on his day off. So good.
Absolutely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the next block over here, I'll let Lost of Translation do the bottom row here. But the next block, there's two people in this block. So we want to make sure we acknowledge both of them. They're there, okay? You maybe not be able to see them yet, but they're there. Miss Jenny's in the building. What's going on?
Hello, everyone.
Full of joy, sweetheart. What's going on? How are you tonight?
I'm great. I didn't understand what you were saying at first, but then it hit me. I was like, oh yeah, there are two people over here. So we might actually have 7 ladies on the panel. I'm not sure yet. I haven't taken my blood test, but could have 6 ladies, or we might have 7. So yes, I am 14 weeks pregnant, and I was really, really sick. That's why I had to go from the channel for a little while. But I'm feeling much better now. And today actually marks my 8-year anniversary of graduating from high school. So 8 years out.
Well, I feel old as hell. Just gonna put that right there. Hey. Thank you so much, Jenny, for being here tonight. And I'm glad that you're feeling better. And congratulations on your first baby. And when you get to your 8th baby, and my life is great. I'm going to be talking about that as well. All right, Lost of Translation.
Cue the rocket music. Let's go ahead and start with Alicia. Miss Kathleen, how are you this evening?
I am well. I had the opportunity to go through some old photo albums. My daughter and I were just walking down memory lane. It was nice. It's amazing how much you forget, So it's nice to do that from time to time.
Ain't nothing wrong with that at all.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Embrace the grace. How are you this evening, ma'am?
I'm well. It was a long day at work, but this is my time to unwind and be with family and kick up some dust.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
And as you can tell, I'm talking softly, and I'm going to try to apply that throughout this whole evening, sir.
I noticed that. I appreciate that.
I can't make any promises, but I am going to mindfully and intentionally work on that, sir.
Well, at least you started out that way. I have to give you.
I hear you. I can't promise you if I'm going to finish that way, but I'm going to try, okay? I'm going to embrace it.
It ain't how you start, it's how you finish. Remember that.
Absolutely.
And last but not least, we have Miss Taryn in the building. Good evening. How are you this evening?
Good evening, you guys. I had a blessed day with the children, and have a great stepdad in the house. He helps me with my kids and his kid. We just had a baby, Miss Guinea, 4 weeks ago. So I pray for you. But yeah, everything's good.
All right. Well, again, thank you guys for being here, man. This is amazing. Now we got our first super chat of the night coming from Through the Fire podcast. He said, "Can I pay to bounce Tyranny? She's nothing but trouble. Professional windmiller." Hashtag trigger 16, aka Tyranny.
Hey, they don't even know me. Don't give no bad impression of me yet.
It's crazy, man. So what we like to do over here, we do have a pastor of this church, and we almost always like to bring him up and introduce him to the crowd. So we're going to have Bishop Goodjoint come in and give thanks for this $5 super chat. Mr. Goodjoint, Bishop, can you come forward, please?
In the club, jumping up and down like it's payday. Party all
PhD.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Bishop Goodjoint. If you want to see Bishop Goodjoint again or other clips, just go ahead and send in your Cash App or your Super Chat, man. We'd appreciate it. Thank you so much to the Fire Podcast for the $5 Super Chat. All right. We got a member, became a YouTube member, Rebel 95. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. All right, brother Anthony Hamilton will give you a little. All right, thank you for being a member. I appreciate it. All right. We ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so listen, we want to start the show out. Lost in Translation and I were speaking before the show, and we want to ask you guys of the Gawa a question. Lost in Translation, you have the floor.
Yes, I love to start the show with an icebreaker. Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Now, I want you to give a response. I don't want you to give the reason why. And then after that, we're going to go back around the room. We're going to ask the reason why. I'm going to start with Anissa. Anissa, the man or the bear?
The man.
Or the bear?
The man. The man.
Okay. Miss O, you up next.
Are you muted?
You're on mute, darling.
While you fix it, just do this, man, or do this, bear. That's that mute monster.
There we go.
Definitely the man.
Definitely man. Miss Jenny, man or bear?
I have to go with the man.
All right. Miss Elisa, man or bear?
Man, please, for 300.
I know that's
and
right.
Grace to Grace.
I want all that man, please.
I know you do.
And finally, Miss Tierney, man or bear?
I don't know what you mean by bear.
All right, here's the thing. There was this internet meme that went around that said, if you had a choice to be left in the woods, either with a man or a bear, which one would you choose, the man or the bear?
The man or the bear? It depends. If he trying to go the wrong way, I'm not just gonna take him because he a man. Are you giving me some good advice? I mean, depends.
You don't have to explain it, just man or bear.
Depends on who I got advice. I mean, can't just because he's a man. I mean, I can't really answer that.
I'm gonna need you to answer, man, so we can move forward.
What if the bear is smarter? I don't. Like, I'm not the type of person that's gonna choose him because he's a man. So I can't. I mean, I would say the bear because it knows how to hunt. But the bear, I'm gonna say the bear.
Okay. All right. Now let's go around the room. Anissa, why did you choose the man?
I mean, to me, it's just an obvious choice. I would not want to be left anywhere with a wild animal that has the potential to devour me and kill me and destroy me. So, of course, I would choose the man. The only person I can form a relationship with is the man. The only person I can marry would be the man. The only person I can have children with would be the man. The person that I would trust out of both of those would be the man over the bear. So to me, it's just an obvious choice to choose the man.
All right, Miss
over a wild animal. Yeah, I would choose the man, definitely.
Okay. All right, Miss O, go ahead. You next. Why did you choose the man?
Because I was raised by my father and a lot of the men, excuse me, on my dad's side of the family, and plus my husband. Most definitely, I'm choosing my husband, the man, over a bear because he's the only one that protect me. A bear wouldn't. A bear will see me as lunch.
Absolutely. Miss Jenny, why did you choose the man?
Because a bear can't help me raise my baby. So I gotta go find some help. So I'm gonna have to take a man.
All right. And Miss Alyssa, why did you choose the man?
Just the risk is lower with a man. Just numbers.
Just pure numbers.
Math.
Just math.
Yes.
Okay. Embrace the Grace. Why did you choose the man?
Well, besides the obvious reasons, I'm going to choose the bear because the bear has reasoning skills, inductive skills, deductive skills, survival skills, dick to give me, help me make money, and help me survive and live a life. What a bear is going to do? He could be nice for a couple days and then see me as lunch, and I'm done.
So you're done.
I digress.
Hey,
indeed. Miss Tierney, why did you choose the bear over the man?
Okay, well, all the ladies said.
No, don't pay attention to them.
Okay, well,
I want to hear what you got to say.
A bear can react the same way a man can, and I've seen it and I've witnessed it. But at least I know for a fact that that bear has skills. I could make friends with that bear. We cool. They know, us black people, we not against them. So I'll be cool with the bear. But it has those hunting skills that I need for sure versus a controlling skill.
Okay. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because I had a friend of mine who just so happens to be a TikToker who was in the woods by herself. And I'm going to share my screen for you guys to see.
Great.
And I'll share this with y'all so y'all can see. Okay. This is her. She was in the woods by herself and some random dude just showed up. And I said, I see you chose the man over the bear. Nice choice. And you know what she said? She said the man had the bear spray. So that's one of the things I don't think a lot of us even think about, when it comes to situations like that. And she was laughing and she pinned it to the top of the screen to let y'all know that in real life situations, women are out here choosing the daggone man over the bear for those particular reasons. I don't think people really understand it. That men are here to protect, That's how we're gonna get this thing started. Black man, did you get an opportunity to go ahead and do what you got to do, sir, so we can go ahead and get started? I know you got some stuff for us. You're on mute. You got the mute monster put on you.
I want to start the show off with something that I saw the other day. That we all got to look at. I think it's tough, and I think the ladies are going to enjoy this. Let's see what she has to say. Here we go.
Ourselves to all of the options that our hard work and circumstance. Black women are availing ourselves to all of the options that our hard work and circumstances currently afford us. And that means that single motherhood by choice is going to be an option that more and more black women consider and even exercise. So anybody that's in their feelings about that can go ahead and start the process right now. Because black women that have the privilege to embark upon this expensive and oftentimes lengthy process will increasingly decide to forego marriages and partnerships that do not serve us and that are not in our best interests. And now that bypassing those insufficient relationships does not have to come at the expense of motherhood, well, frankly, it's a whole new world. A world in which black women are no longer subject to the desperation of being chose, because now we get to do the choosing.
All right.
We need the Price is Wrong sound.
Oh,
Yeah,
I got you,
we do.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's it right there.
I just want to, it's not my night. And so me and Lost in Translation are going to ask the questions and we're going to let the ladies drive this bus tonight. So ladies, think real hard. So when it comes to you, you have your answer. However, we're going to start with Anissa. Anissa, how do you feel about your sister saying she don't need a mister?
I might need you to play the video one more time. I missed most of it. It was going in and out on my end. I had to go out and come back in.
No problem. That's why we're
So
here.
can I?
Here it is.
Thank
right now.
you.
Oh, guys, if you have headphones, please put them on. If you don't, mute until you're able to speak so it won't get an echo, because I'm hearing the echo in my ear. All right, here we go.
Are availing ourselves to all of the Black women are availing ourselves to all of the options that our hard work and circumstances currently afford us. And that means that single motherhood by choice is going to be an option that more and more black women consider and even exercise. So anybody that's in their feelings about that can go ahead and start to process right now. Because Black women that have the privilege to embark upon this expensive and oftentimes lengthy process will increasingly decide to forego marriages and partnerships that do not serve us and that are not in our best interests. And now that bypassing those insufficient relationships does not have to come at the expense of motherhood, well, frankly, it's a whole new world. A world in which Black women are no longer subject to the desperation of being chose, because now we get to do the choosing.
All right, let's get her out of here. All right, lost in translation. We're going to sit back and enjoy the ride here. Anissa, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a dangerous message that she's promoting for women. I think, all of us can agree that the ideal situation for children is to have a mother and a father and to have that union to be raised in. She's making the conscious choice to do something different, which is, it's definitely her choice, but I don't know if that's the right message that we should be promoting, that this is the way to go and this is the thing to do. Most women are not Ebony K. Williams. Let's just be honest about that. She's very successful. She has a lot of money. She will be able to raise her child, even though there, probably won't be a father in the house. But she can, with her background, her education, and her opportunities, she can probably, on her own, be able to give her child the best life and lifestyle, probably better than maybe some two-parent homes are able to do. But I do think she is going to come to the realization that she is going to need some male support. I don't know if she has, any male relatives, but she's going to need that male influence and that male support, and she's going to be seeking it at some point in that child's life. So I think it's dangerous to say that this is the way to go. I think it's dangerous to say that men are not needed. Their input and influence is not needed in a child's life. So although I wish her well, I don't agree with her message.
Okay. All right. So we'll go up to Tyranny. What are your thoughts on what Ebony K. Williams said?
Okay, I think it's pretty wicked. There's a wave since 2020 to depart blacks and Black men from Black women. And I'm sure I have an idea of who the agenda is, but regardless, it's an agenda. So to single out Black women versus women in totality, like if she said women as a whole, it wouldn't look so weird. But the fact that you're pushing Black women specifically to be single mothers and to have babies by pretty much machine, that's a wicked agenda. So even though I don't feel like women specifically just got to say, I need a man, I do feel as though we need each other as Black men and Black women.
Okay. All right. Miss Jenny?
So yeah, my natural bend towards hearing things like this is that this is wicked. Kind of going off what Tyranny said, but this is very ungodly. This is unbiblical. This is demonic. To push this, on people, and and this is very anti-child. Trey in the comments, he's saying that this is not good for the children, and it's not. To willingly opt out of giving your child their father is to willingly opt into handicapping your child. And why would you do that? To say that I now have the freedom to be a single mom would be like saying I now have the freedom to drink while I'm pregnant. And it's like, yeah, sure, you can do something, but that doesn't mean that you should do something. And and there have been lots of studies done about stuff like this, about when kids get taken away from their parents or taken away from a parent at a very early age, and this child, it started in a utero. So, they would have never at any point in their life been able to meet their father at all. And it'll still affect them. And no amount of money or status can rectify the hole that a father, is created when you don't have a father. And so shame on her for promoting this anti-child agenda and this antichrist agenda, because God's model is perfect. We need Black fathers, we need Black mothers, and to create the best Black homes. And it's awful that she's promoting this.
It is. Embrace the grace. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm going to be very raw with this. This is ignorant, delusional, selfish, and self-entitled. And the fact that this is being promoted to an already community that is in need of strong family units is really messed up, because the fact that we think that a child doesn't need a father is ignorant, because a child deserves to be in a 2-parent household. They do deserve a mother can't raise a boy. I mean, you could teach it to be a good son, but you can't teach it to be a man. Girls need their daddies. So it all comes from the concept of that women do not respect, value, and appreciate men. And they think that they can do it all themselves, and they want to be like men. So as a result, this is what we have going on there. And it's just not the melanated community, because this is being promoted everywhere. But it's more prevalent in the melanated community, and that's where it's the worst. And this is why we're lost in the sauce right now. For her to be promoting that, a young girl sees that and thinks that she can raise a child on her own. So what we really do is promoting bastard children. Yeah, I said it. We're promoting women to have bastard children. So if that's the kind of world that we live in, Jesus, take me now. Take the wheel. I digress.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Alicia, what are your thoughts?
Hi, everyone. I don't agree with her decision. I'm wondering, because apparently I'm not that familiar with her. Apparently she's well off. Does she plan on, I guess, purchasing a father for the child? At what point, or will she tell the child how the child came to be? And what does that conversation look like? And has she thought of the repercussions of their relationship, the relationship between mother and child, once the child finds out, how they came into the world? Has she not thought of that? It seems like she's on another planet. I wish the best for the baby. That's all I can say.
I think everybody missed what you just said. Does she plan on purchasing a father? Listen, fathers are not for sale. You know what I'm saying?
They have the what was it?
Yeah.
The service, I think it's called Rent-A-Gent, where you purchase a husband.
Oh my goodness.
Something like that. I
don't think guys are for sale like that.
I know, but if this is coming, because it will become more popular, then other services will stem from it. It's a domino effect.
Yep.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who do we have left? Miss O.
Miss O. Come on, Miss O.
What are your thoughts about this this situation? What are you thinking?
It's the dumbest crap I ever heard before in my life. For one, the powers that be had implemented breaking our families from day one since chattel slavery. They also did the same thing when it came to the Willie Lynch letters. For people that that's in denial about the Willie Lynch letters, something is wrong with them. That's all I can say. It tells you everything that they did to the men, our ancestors back then, and they always wanted to separate. And then they made it more prevalent once they, they brought in the welfare, the WIC, the Section 8 and everything else. And these women just fell for it. And in the beginning, we loved our men. We was there with them in slavery, this, that, and third. As soon as we got a little freedom or a little bone, we thought as women, we thought we were better than our Black men. But the Most High made it to where, the Black man is God, rather people believe it or not. And the woman was made for the man. And by that man being a God, he actually, we are considered the rib. So you can't have a child without a husband. You can have turkey baster babies all you want to. That child will grow up destroyed. We cannot raise our children without the father being there, period. Because if you have a boy, that boy is going to be effeminate. He probably go to the rainbow community. We don't know where in the hell he gonna go, or he gonna be out there in the street robbing and killing folks. That's how it go. And then you have the women, the girls, without a father being there. Look at it. You have a lot of little girls now that idolize Smutty Red. That's what I call her, and all the other women out there. Um, the mother's supposed to be the role model for the daughters, and the fathers are supposed to be the role model for the sons. I'm gonna leave off with this because I'm long-winded. When it comes down to the sperm donations, you don't know where the hell who the father is of these children. You know that their DNA, their seed, everything about that man runs through their sperm. So you can have a child by a crackhead, or have somebody that's a delusional like schizophrenia. You don't know what you're getting, because when you get into that, get with a mate, and you call yourself vetting them to be a husband, because a husband's supposed to be there before these babies. When you vetting these men, you're supposed to make sure, is he stable? Is he spiritually and mentally capable of being my husband and being a father to my child? If you don't have that, you're gonna have some messed up kids in the end. So I'm really against the turkey baster babies. That's what I call them, because you don't know what you're getting. It's like women is making they box into a crapshoot, if you ask me.
Turkey baster babies. And what was it? What was the second?
Crapshoot, you know what I'm saying? Coming out hard on 7, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
if you ever played craps, you know, 7 the hard way.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Wow. Lord have mercy. Mercy. Thank you for that. Damn. I'm at a loss.
You got your finger up. Come on, Miss Jenny.
Miss Jenny, come on.
Mrs. O, she made a really good point that I wanted to just piggyback off of. Because now that, I'm pregnant, I'm going to all these doctor's appointments, they always ask, when they're asking about the baby is, what's the father's medical history? Does he have a history of diabetes or heart disease or mental illness, depression, whatever? And so once again, not only are you handicapping your child socially because they don't have a dad, you're handicapping them medically because they have no idea what half of their medical history is. They don't know what their grandma has or what their uncle has. And so that's another issue.
So basically, the father is the owner's manual of the baby. You know what I'm saying? All the tendencies, whether you got the X and Y chromosome, you know what I mean? The blood type, that type of thing. So I agree. You need to know what you're getting yourself into. I think that's a good question. But one of the things that Ebony Williams said during her little thing was that now that we can afford to have babies on our own, we really don't need men. Ladies, let me ask you a question. It's the only reason why women get married is for financial freedom. Women normally don't get married because they actually like the person they're going to marry. I just want to ask you guys that question.
I would say a lot of my finances were surrendered when I got married. I made a lot of sacrifices. Had to cut down on school hours, cut down on work. Things I didn't want to do, I did it because he wanted me to. So I would say no. I personally didn't get with my husband because of financial. I actually lost money getting married.
Anybody else can jump in here. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'd say absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, you're asking for trouble. If that's what you start the relationship with, if that's your goal of marriage, that's not what it's about. I'm not, don't get me started.
No, that's what we're here for. Get it started.
No.
Hold on, let me help you out.
Did you hear what I said?
Come on, get it started.
No. I think you should get married because you and the opposite sex, you have a goal that you're trying to accomplish together. You have the character to work together to accomplish this goal. And you have that trust, which comes with love. Love comes with that. And I'm surprised that there aren't more Black men and women married, regardless of liking each other, just despite the system. I'm surprised they aren't together just to say, hey, look at us. We're not going to let y'all take us out. I'm surprised. I mean, look at, if you know our history, they've done everything possible to keep us apart. If anything, if you don't even like the guy, you know, we in this together, we taking down the system. Let's do this. I don't understand the mentality, but that's just me. That's just me.
Come on, Miss O, I see you.
I got some. Okay. Now, this is crazy. Ask me that question again, because I got something to say. I just want to hear the question again. I'm sorry.
The question is, now that women can afford to have babies on their own without men, why is it that women don't see the value of men beyond financial or that type of thing?
Okay, when it comes to marriage.
Yes.
Okay.
Do they even like their husband? Because
they
here's
don't.
the thing: the whole premise is we got our money, we don't need you. But the sub premise is that, you know, if it wasn't for marriage, if it was, I wouldn't have what I have to get. So now that I don't have to, you know, get money, I don't like you, I don't want to get married. I can do this without you.
Okay. Females, it's a difference between women and females. Females play games with marriages. They get married with these men because they want to start, they want to get that financial gain, get everything out of them. It's actually marrying a trick. I'm just gonna put it out there. So they found the sucker, they wanted to marry him just to get everything out of him. And then within 2 years, probably less than that, they divorce them, or they'll do the what they call it, I found out, 2 and 10, 2 kids, 10 years, and divorce them. Also, yeah, they're not marrying these men for love. It's never about love. It's about a big wedding so they can show off to their friends. The ring, it don't matter what size the ring the man give you, he can spend like thousands of dollars for a ring. They want to up the other girl at work or one of their friends or sister girls. So they, you know, they call themselves how can I put it? They actually call themselves just hounding the man for a bigger ring. And they're not actually doing it for love. They doing it for likes. They friends want to one up. It's always a competition with another woman. And instead of, when I got married, I married my husband because I actually love him. And if you don't love a person, that marriage won't go far. And a lot of times these women are marrying men that's not their first choice. That's one thing. And they also marrying a man because the man that they really won't marry them, and they call themselves settling. But I have to say once again, we're not the ones settling for the man. The man is actually settling for us, and we should be lucky for a man to even want to marry you, because there's a lot of men scared, and I see why.
I think we have to pay attention to the mindset, though, of Ebony K. Williams, specifically going back to the video. I think she was raised by a single mom, right? So she probably did not experience or see the value of a man, because she did not have that growing up. You know, her mother raised her. I think she said she worked, you know, a couple of jobs, but, you know, and her mindset may be, my mother did it as a single mother, and I went to law school, I'm a lawyer, I'm this and I'm that. And she probably says, I turned out totally fine. So thinking about Ebony K's mindset, because she wasn't raised that way, she probably does not truly see the value, simply because of her personal experience. So I'm not saying that that's correct, but that just might be the way that she thinks. And she's like, I turned out okay, I'm successful, you know, I have the life that I want. And I think that because my mother did it, I think that I can do it too. I think that might be her mindset.
Anissa, let me ask you a
Don't
question.
agree with it, but that
Yeah.
might be how she thinks.
That's fine. I got a follow-up question for you. Back in 1985, CBS did a video of some teenagers who had just happened to be pregnant in high school, and they were asking them You know, don't you want to be married to your baby's father? Now, these people were from the poorest demographics. So now you fast forward till 2024, it's still the same rhetoric. So my question to you is, clearly it's not the money, because on both ends of the spectrum, it's the same talking point. I don't need a man when I'm broke, and I don't need a man when I'm rich. Well, let me ask you a question. What do women really need a man for?
Well, obviously it's going to be different for every woman. But if you believe in the role of a man in your life and in a family's life, then you understand the value of a man. You need the spiritual covering of a man, but that means that the man has to be spiritual himself. You need the protection of a man. You need the covering of a man. You need the infrastructure that a man can provide. You need, if you want to have children, you need someone that can discipline children, that can mentor children, that can teach children. There are so many things that men provide for a wife and for a family, and they're absolutely needed. But I think if women have never seen it and they have never been taught it, they don't truly understand the value of it. You have to understand the intrinsic value of having that man there. And it definitely surpasses money. Although money is a part of it, he does need to be able to provide for you and a family. But you have to understand the intrinsic value, and a lot of women don't seem to understand it because they feel like, I'm doing this all on my own and I'm totally fine without one. And that can just, distort your perspective.
The reason why I asked that question is because the women who were poor said the exact same thing as the woman who's rich. How is it that both women from both ends of the spectrum don't see the value in men? Are we not looking at this from a different situation? Because earlier you said that, men provide this and that. Well, on the lower end, the government provides. On the higher end, the woman provides. So to be honest, women really don't need men for provision. So my question to the ladies on the panel is, why is it that women can't see, these particular women, not you guys, but these particular women can't see the value of a man beyond the presence of provision?
Can I get in there?
Yes, you may.
The first thing is you have to be taught on how to value a man, appreciate a man, and respect a man. And that's lacking. Feminism tricked women thinking that we didn't need a man. And in the world that we're living in right now, everything is transactional. What have you done for me lately? Marriage is a lot of work. I was married for 12 years, and it's an attitude of every day of service and gratitude. And what can I do for you? Not what have you done for me lately. Marriage is about building together. A lot of women want these ready-made men, want the man at the finish line, but are not willing to run the race with your man. And they think that they can do everything by themselves, but in actuality, they're not doing nothing but causing a disservice to this society, putting me to pay for their bastard children with my tax-paying money. Okay, and really messing up these kids. And I know it sounds harsh, but it needs to be said. It's not cool. It's not cool when a mom has to be at work for 3 jobs and the kid doesn't even have his mom there to watch him go play basketball. It's not cool when the eldest child has to take care of the 3-4 siblings because she out clubbing or has to work. A man brings structure. A man brings routine. A man brings discipline to the household. But because a lot of women have never seen that, have never experienced that, don't know that. But we cannot keep using that as an excuse. Well, I was raised by a single mom. You can't there's a lot of books and resources out there to learn and be better and do better. But to be out here and suggesting that it's okay to be a single mom instead of a wife because you want the marriage, just like the other lady said, you want the ring, the wedding, you want the clout. But marriage takes work from the minute that you wake up, from the minute you go to sleep. And even when you sleep, you have to think about what's going to happen the next day, what has to get done, what my husband needs, what this, what that. And then let me share something with you. Marriage is not guaranteed. Nothing is life and guaranteed, but taxes and death. But you have to at least try, especially if you have a child. You can't just be like, fuck it, I'm just going to have this baby by myself. And then there's a lot of men that want their children, and women will maliciously delete them because it's my body. I do what I want. Have the baby and give it to the man then. But other than that, I digress. My mic is muted.
Thank you. Ms. Jen, I got a quick question for you. You got a response? No, go ahead and get your response because I got a question for you once we're done. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. You know, it's so funny that you say that, Grace, because just last night I was over on Through the Fires channel, and he was reviewing this video about Tiffany Henyard and how crazy she is. And in the video, a very brief comment was made about this mom of 3 who pulled up to like this soup kitchen, food pantry thing. And she was like, I don't have a way to feed my kids. And the lady that owned it was being shut down by Tiffany Henyard. Anyways, you know, Through the Fire, he made a comment and he was like, why is no one talking about where's the dads? Why you got 3 kids, you can't feed them? And I was like, that's what I thought first time I saw this video. Like, why do you have custody of 3 kids if you can't feed them? And so, you know, these moms, they just run off of spite and hate. And so they would rather drive an hour to a food bank and beg for food from strangers than to just reconcile with the dad or, you know, possible dads, you know, plural, and you know, and get something going with them and get on some kind of plan where, you know, he just brings over food once a week, you know, doesn't actually give her a check, but just brings over actual food to the house or what have you. And it's like, why don't you have the dads? Why don't you have your own family that helps support you and stuff like that? Like, you know, these women, they're just so hell bent on doing it on their own. But like someone in the comments said, government assistance is not doing it on your own. So that they're still not doing it on their own. They're still not self-made at the end of the day, regardless. After all the spite and angst that they have towards their man, like they're still not independent women because they're riding off of Uncle Sam and they're riding off of, you know, people just helping them and being nice. And so it's crazy. But I was going to say something else about the question, but I forget what the question was now. What was the original question? Lost in translation.
Well, I wanted to reply to what both of you guys were saying.
The question was, how come women can't see men beyond provision?
Oh, yes.
Because think about it. Ebony K. Williams is rich, and she still don't want a man. And those little girls who were in 1985, they were poor, and they still didn't need a man. So provision is clearly not the reason to have a man around.
Right. And so what I would say to that is what I say to a lot of people who like who don't believe, you know, like people who are atheists. I feel like being an atheist is a completely indefensible position to take. Even if we can't agree on which God is the right God, to say that there is no God is just unjustifiable, in my opinion. And so for a woman to say that a man has no value in the upbringing of a child is an unjustifiable position to take. They don't see it because they don't want to see it. Those little high school girls in 1985, they didn't want to see the value of a man. And Ebony K. Williams, who was like, 45 years old? She chooses to not see the value of a man. She's old enough. She's experienced enough. She's well-versed. She's well-read enough. She understands that men have value. She's seen, if not in her own life, she's seen it in other people's lives, in her family's life, in her friend's life, the value that a man brings. She doesn't want to because she knows that having a man will require to relinquish some control. And that's never going to happen. And so I think that's the main thing is that people just don't want to accept the value that comes along with having a man.
Tyranny, go ahead. You had a follow-up question.
Okay, yeah, no, just more of a statement. So I don't think that women don't see value of men. I I think that we've tried it and it didn't work out, and we're sick of trying it and it doesn't work out. So the only thing that a rich woman and a poor woman can relate to is the failure that they probably had trying to be with the man, have given that man everything that they had, loved him, cooked, clean, did things that he asked, and he still maybe cheated or was abusive or physically or verbally. Because no young girl walks around saying, I don't need a man. It usually comes with experience. And then whether it was their dad, their uncle, their baby daddy, it usually comes with experience. But I also don't agree with like the kids being bastards. I know people try to say that that's in the Bible, but don't even read it to understand the context of it. But when we start looking at children as like bastards, we start to depreciate a child, and it kind of comes off like, why would you call someone a bastard like that? That's weird. But yeah, I don't think we just hate men. We love you guys. You guys kind of get a good woman, mess it up, going after something else, and then you just let us be like, you know what, forget it. I could do it on my own.
Ms. Cherry,
Hold on, I gotta get in there.
Hold on, follow-up question. Why do you love us?
We love you because you belong to us. That's why. I mean, start asking us to break stuff down, and then that's negotiable. But you belong to us, and we belong to you.
Now, if that's the question, if we belong to each other, how come we don't display that when we talk to each other? What's the breakdown? Yeah.
I mean, are you talking about certain conversations? Or are you talking about behind closed doors?
In our behavior, why don't men act like they belong to women? Why don't women act like they belong to men?
I think black men don't act like they belong to us because they have a problem with submission. They hear that word and they think it's immediate woman that is supposed to submit. When in totality, we are supposed to submit to each other. And I think with a woman, it just comes out of fear. Again, we've loved you guys. We've gave you guys, all of us. We waited for daddy to come back home, and you guys either abandoned us, or left us. So, I mean, now we're scared to just love you as well. But underneath it all, we love you.
Okay. The reason why I asked that, hold on a second. Okay. The reason why I asked that question is because in the interview with Ebony K. Williams, she said that men no longer serve women. The reason I wanted to ask Miss Jenny that is because aren't we supposed to serve each other? Right? Isn't that what it says in the Bible? Right? Mm-hmm. So why is it that one side decides to say, hey, look, you guys no longer serve us, so we're going to move on? Go ahead, Miss O. I know you had your hand up. Then Embrace the Grace, you got next.
Okay. As far as the submitting thing, in the Bible, it says that the man submits to God, we submit to the husband, and the children submit to us. There is no way a man is supposed to submit to us. That's why we have these simps. I'm sorry. We have these simps out here that's out running after these women, praising them as God. God is not a woman. God is a man. Everything in the Bible is straight up. I used to hear people say something about the Bible being male identified or something like that. But it's gonna be, it comes in that text like that. That's the way the Lord made it. I'm gonna make this quick. There's a lot of women out here talking about they looking for a God-fearing man. How can you look and how can you want a God-fearing man when you're not fearing of God yourself, because you're going against the hierarchy that he had when it says that husband, wife, God, husband, wife, children. And that's how it is. We can be mad all we want to, take it up with your mama or whoever you want to take it up with, but that's how the hierarchy is. That's how it's supposed to go. By us going against that grain, look what happened. We have children out here that's killing each other. We got kids out here that's having babies at the age of 8, 9 years old. You have these women dating these guys. They don't even know who the hell these guys are, and you bringing them into your home, and guess what? Your child is already traumatized because you took that father out of the home for whatever reason you had, and you letting these other people come in, men and women, and they coming in there and messing with your children, and you're putting trauma upon trauma upon trauma on these children. You only thinking about yourself, your box, whatever the hell you trying to get out of these men, and you're not thinking about these kids. As long as we don't go around, go with the hierarchy that the Most High has, nothing to be done correctly.
Thank you, Miss O. Go ahead, Embrace. You were next.
Okay, so a couple things I want to say back. Men are not supposed to submit to women. That's just the case. End point. Period. And that's the issue that a lot of these modern women think that a man is supposed. It doesn't work that way. We were made from a man. We were made for a man. Okay? We're their helpmate. We're not their equal. Okay, and we would never be their equal. And second of all, I use that word to trigger people because I don't sugarcoat things. That's exactly what, when a child does not have a mother and a father, and it's in a single parent household, that's exactly what they are, a bastard child. And it's harsh and it's abrasive, but it needs to be said. That's why we're in the position that we're in right now, because we don't do no shaming. How dare we put the single mother with 5 kids and 4 different baby daddies in the front pew of the church? What are you telling the younger women of that church? That it's okay? No, she needs to sit in the back and learn her lesson and do better, and put the wives and the husbands with the family units. Because we're saying that it's okay. We're co-signing to the effery that's going on and messing up our communities. And it's not okay. It's not okay for a child to be raised just by one parent. They need both parents. I'm not telling people, I know I can't stop people from having sex, but you don't have to bring a child into the world. You're bringing a whole human into a hostile environment, into an environment of disadvantage where the child deserves to be with a mother. It took 2 to make that baby. Then it should take 2 to raise that baby. Marry before you carry, marriage before the baby carriage. But no, we're teaching girls that it's okay to be baby mamas. You can do it by yourself. How many videos have I seen on Instagram saying we don't need a man? Ninjas ain't shit. And you cannot blame the fact that men left us or treated us bad. How about we take accountability and save the men that we chose? Let's look at it that way. I mean, look, I chose a husband. We were together for 12 months and he still did what he did, but I had to take accountability too. It wasn't just all his fault. After I went to counseling and therapy and did the growing and the healing, I realized that I had a lot to do with the deterioration of our marriage. His infidelity was a symptom of it, but it takes 2 to get married. It takes 2 to mess up a marriage. It takes 2 to raise a baby. You know, it takes 2. I digress. My mic is muted.
I just wanted to say, oh, go ahead, Lawson. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I want to stop your stream of consciousness. Go ahead, darling.
Okay. No, I was just saying that, I mean, the most beautiful, amazing thing about Christ himself is that he forgives, and he doesn't do all this judging that we do nowadays. I think the beautiful thing is, I don't think nobody's telling women to not love men. It's in our DNA. There's no way in the world that my 4-year-old daughter is going to grow up automatically saying, I don't like men. Like that. That's just not. All of us women have loved men, and we still love men, even if they get on our everlasting nerve. I just think that women, okay, since we're going to talk about the Bible, Genesis chapter 3, verse 16 through 19, where the curse is given from the Most High to man, woman, and the serpent. And the curse that he gave woman was that she will desire her husband and that he will rule over her. Those are curses. And a lot of women, I can attest, will fall short. And why can't I leave? Why I keep letting him do this? Why do I keep coming back? I think we're just telling women, don't live in that curse. You don't have to. That's why he told you that it exists. You can get up and leave. You don't need this man. You don't, even if he's bringing home the money and you're the stay-at-home wife, you can get up and leave. Yes, he's cheating on you, but he's paying my bills. So what? You can get up and keep it pushing. So nobody, I can't say nobody, because Ebony K is out of line. But overall, I really do think that us women are just encouraging us younger women and saying, you got this, you can do it.
Miss O, quick question. Is loving your man a curse?
No, it is not. The reason why, this is what happened in the garden. Adam was ordained to be over Eve. Eve called herself going into another philosophy, going against what God had taught Adam and what Adam had taught her. That's why the curse had ensued on her. And the same thing goes with us. As long as we do go against our husbands, nothing to go right for us. You'll think it is because you following behind the being an ass, following behind the masses. They out there looking at these other women. They claim they living it up. Those females are so lonely. Even the ones that saying, "Oh, I don't need a man," they are so lonely. Believe me. And of course, they're gonna always have these simp orbiters around, and just to get laid, whatever. Like my grandma said, a wet behind. But no, that far as a lot of people got that construed when it comes to Adam and Eve. She went against Adam's authority. The Most High punished her because she went against her Lord. A lot of people don't say this, but won't say this, but the Most High made it to where our husbands are our lords. You're supposed to reverence him like the husband reverence Christ.
But didn't Adam follow? Didn't he follow Eve?
Hold on now. Hold that thought because we're gonna.
Follow
I want to get these super chats out of the way. Hold on, just
this is a good turn right here.
It's a good turn. Hold on just a second. Ooh, it's really good. We got a new member, Rebel 95. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We got Hink in the building tonight with the $2 super chat. He says, "Speaking of hyenas, tyranny is here." Oh my God! We got the Fire Podcast $5 super chat. He said that there's not a lie again. There's a lie again. I guess he's saying that black women got all this damn money, but need food stamps, Section 8, and child support. All right, that was through the fire. All right, we got Skinny Boy 20 Boy $2 super chat. He said Mrs. O is starting her channel next week. Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
All right, hey, and y'all come and support them on Thursday. On Thursday, listen, y'all. I was sitting here listening, and I changed the name of their podcast. Just they don't know yet. But anyway, on Thursday, I think that we should have voices of women. And Thursday will be designated for that. And the host of that show, it'll be just like you have it tonight, but it'll be no men at all. And it will be Mrs. O and Miss Anicia here.
Yes.
Yeah. It's going to be called Grown Ass Podcast. It's going to be on Thursday. Yes, I can't wait. So, ladies, make sure y'all chime in. Make sure y'all get ready. Because Thursday will be your day to come over and have any conversation that you guys want to talk about. Let's see who else we got here.
Got a big money.
Man, Romello 747, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member tonight. I appreciate you. Also, he gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for the people that got those memberships. Make sure you take care of those. All right, we got through the fire again. He said, thanks for the shout out, Miss Jenny. $2 super chat. Thank you so much, my brother. All right, we got the $5 super chat. He said for Mrs. O keeping it one thou wow. All right. We got Through the Fire Podcast, $10 super chat. He said, how in the world can we say we mess things up when over 30% of kids don't belong to the man y'all say it do?
Oh my goodness.
Court records. Tyranny of Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Ooh, I don't know if we got time for that one.
Like I know what this is. Somebody tell me. What's that about in that currency?
That's about $10.
Okay. All right. Yeah. He said it should take, thank you, Andre. Andre love crossing borders. It should take 2. But no one is talking about the 30% of men paying child support for the children the women know aren't the fathers. Here we go, another one. Or the mothers that the children from those fathers. Thank you so much, Andre. Andre love crossing borders. I appreciate you. We are going to address that because we had 2 super chats on that, and we discussed that earlier. And
we got one more slid in that just got in there, brother. Information man.
Respect, my brother. Information man with the $4 super chat. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate it. All right, so for the ladies tonight, I'll give them a little J Moss tonight. Give them a little break, take a little breather, and we'll play a little J Moss. Here we go.
Whatever you want, whoa, whatever you need. My
All right. Thank you guys for those super chats and those memberships. I appreciate each and every one of you. All right, so we're getting into something deep here. And Anissa was coming from the bottom of the floor with something. Anissa, you said what now?
No, I was saying, yes. Hello, can you hear me?
You good.
Yeah, we hear you.
No, I was saying Eve was definitely out of line, but if I'm not mistaken, did not Adam partake of that fruit as well? And when God came looking for them, and God said, "What have you done?" Adam said, "It's this woman that you gave me." So instead of Adam saying, "Oh, no, God told me that I'm not supposed to do this, and I'm not going to do this, Eve. Eve, you are out of line, but I'm not going to follow you. I'm going to follow what my father told me." He, in turn, turned around and bit that apple along with a fruit or whatever it was, along with Eve. So, and God held him accountable for that. Right? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Come on, Ms. O.
I have to say, you're right about what happened, but let me tell you, Adam was the first simp. Okay, the one most high.
So men been simping for a long time, right?
But listen,
If that's the case.
listen, all through the
Men
Bible.
have been out of their leadership role for a long time.
Yep.
Okay.
But they still are considered, and they still were the leaders. But what happened was they call themselves simping behind these women. It's all through the Bible. It's a lot of our forefathers that's in that Bible. And somebody had in the chat, I wonder what color was Adam and Eve. They were black, honey. But anyway, he called himself simping. She came with a philosophy because somebody told her A, B, C, D, and E. Oh, you can be better. You can be above. You can become a god too if you know the knowledge that Adam know. But I'm gonna show you something else that Adam don't know. And she brought it to Adam, and Adam, here go Adam reading it or taking it in, talking about something. Oh yeah, that makes some sense because he's simping. His face is his head is all up in her butt. I'm just gonna put it that way. And that's the same thing when it comes to these men now. If you look at it, females can tell these men anything. They believe any lie. A female say, "Oh, I know it's your baby," and coming to find out it's not. And they'll have, and I seen in the chat too, somebody said, "How would a woman know if that man isn't the father of that child?" Yes, you do. You know every man you sleep with. You know the month. We keep a tally on our cycles. So if you keep a tally on your cycle, honey, you will keep a tally on how many men went up in you and when it was the last time. And when you call yourself presenting that you're pregnant, you at least be truthful and let the man know, look, it's a possibility. It's not yours, instead of just throwing a baby off on them. Either way it go, I'm sorry I went off topic, but either way it go, the men are still the leaders. It don't matter if they fell off. It don't matter if they having a bad day. They're the Most High made it to where they are the leaders, not us. And that's why we having these problems now. It's a lot of these women, some of they boss chicks, they running stuff and everything else. And look what happened. We got degenerate children. It also says in the Bible too, I just can't remember it, but that monstrous women mistress women raises monstrous children.
There you go.
And the reason why is because there's no father in the house. And I'm sorry, but it's a whole bunch of, the Lord called us ostriches because we have these children. We just throw them off to the wolves, whatever, whatnot. Don't even care because we are supposed to be the keepers in the home. In other words, we're not supposed to be clubbing, running out in no street, hanging out with your friends. You're supposed to be there so that way you know what's going on with your children. It was not meant for a woman to be out here busting her ass, working, doing 2-3 jobs to how they say it, to keep up with the Joneses. You're supposed to at least have something stable enough to where you're able to be home. The women, we need to be teaching these girls how to cook, how to clean up a home. They don't even know. When I heard grown women, I'm sorry, when I heard grown women don't know how to cook and clean, I'm like, wait a minute, I'll be 50 in July. And this is uncommon for me because I grew up with the boomers, and all the boomers I knew, they cooked, They clean. They still had job. The women still had jobs. They still reverence their husbands. I didn't see them go off on their husbands like that. They was just like A1. And now these women tell me some they can't do it because it's too tedious and I can't wash clothes. They didn't have no when we was growing up. I don't know whoever is Gen X is like me. We was growing up. We didn't have no washing machines and dishwashers. We washed the clothes on the one of those
Washboard.
the washboard.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I had my knuckles was messed up. We were still able to do it. If we didn't have that, hey, we put that stuff in the tub and we were stomping it. Now these women complaining about a washer and dryer. You got the easiest thing. You got a microwave, which I don't. A microwave. You have a stove. You have washer and dryer. You have all these amendments. And even when we was growing up, when you have no, a lot of people couldn't afford the vacuum cleaners. We were sweeping the carpet. And y'all
Okay, but
you complaining about the easiest stuff. It only take you about like an hour or two just to clean up your house. It's not an all day thing. And they don't even want to do it. They say, oh, it's tedious and this, that, and the third. Just do what you have to do because 9 times out of 10, you got a husband, he come home. He'll be at peace because he don't have to do everything unless something actually wrong with you. If you got a disability or something like that. But
Can I say that?
Before you go,
Hold on a second. Before you go,
Terry, before she goes,
we want to make sure we welcome. Hold on a second before we get welcome our School Podcast. We done did super chats. We done did all this other stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the screen. The one and only Wife School Podcast in the building.
What's up, girl?
Yes.
Hey, how
I
you
want to make
guys
sure we acknowledge
doing?
our ladies, man, when they walk in. You know what I'm saying? That's what gentlemen do.
Absolutely. So I want to say this. Now, lost in translation, just for a moment. Just pause here parenthetically, just for a moment to just have me and you. I want to talk to you.
Right.
Adam and Eve was the first marriage, right?
Right.
Meaning Eve would have to been the helpmate and the person that Adam trusts the most. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this day and time right now, if a wife cooks her husband something to eat, or she grabs something to eat and brings it to her husband to eat or to consume it, how many of the husbands say, hey, where you get that from? Or does he eat it because he trusts his wife?
He eats it because he trusts her.
So Adam trusted Eve. Eve brought him something that wasn't good for him. He tasted something from Eve, from someone he trusted. So if Adam was the first simp, then Eve would have to be the first deceiver of man.
Why is a husband a simp because he has a wife? I don't understand.
No. She said that earlier, but I'm saying I'm not going to say Adam was a simp because I think Adam trusted his wife.
Exactly. So how could he be simping for her if he had her tailored from behind? We don't know how long they've been together prior to this event. We act like it all happened overnight. That's why I don't like.
No, that's what they were saying in the comment section.
Yeah, they're saying in the comments. Yeah,
they were saying in the comment section.
It was stated on the panel by Mrs. O.
Yeah, because somebody put it in. I'm sorry to cut you off, sis. It was because somebody had put it in there, and that's what I was explaining. It was. I wouldn't consider it simp. That was simp-like behavior because
why? How is it simp? Like he said, like if he trusted his wife, like your husband trusts you, would you call your husband a simp?
I'm sorry, but
I don't think so. You would not. You would not say that because it denotes a certain characteristic of your husband. Now, if he's a caring and affectionate, I don't think that's being a simp. I think that's being emotionally intelligent to the person he's in charge of, and that's his wife. Because he places his heart into his wife. The Bible says that all the time. You know.
Okay. Somebody asked to define what simp is. Okay, here we go.
No. What it is that there's about a 5-second delay between you two.
Okay.
So I think you guys keep missing each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
You keep missing each other. I don't think you guys are disagreeing. I think what you're doing is you're missing each other. Wife School, Miss O said that somebody in the chat addressed men being simps as husbands. And she was saying that you can't be a simp if that's your wife. You're supposed to take care of her. Yeah.
I apologize.
No, you good. It happens sometimes.
I was like, don't say that. I said, I don't think that's true. So don't even say that.
Well, Tierney was she wanted to speak on it too. So Tierney, what were you about to respond to? What were you about to say?
Well, I agree with what Miss Wife School said. So that was perfect. I think that the most disappointing part of that whole scene, the story, was when the leader didn't take accountability for his actions and he left it on the woman to do so. You know, I'm not saying that woman's ahead of whatever. But if you want to talk about then and now, men are doing the same thing now. You're putting off the blame on women. So if the first man is a simp, I guess that's what God's intention for men to be, was simps. I don't see anything bad with the simp though, because y'all talk about ain't no man supposed to submit to no woman. That's wild to me, because if I ask my husband, hey, can we go to the store? And he said, nah, I ain't doing that. If I say, hey, can we go see this movie? Nah, I ain't doing that. What about this food? No, I don't feel like that. I'm not finna date you. You're no longer available on my availability list. You, the next person that's willing to come along and say, hey, I'm gonna go hand in hand with you. I'm gonna be your partner with you. That's the man that I end up choosing. Most women. So I feel like you guys put too much. I have 2 sons, and I'm not finna tell no woman to beg after either one of my sons. They still pee in the bed at 5. Not finna do that. I mean, I think you guys need to understand that women warped in the love of a man. Just because he's a man, that person is mistreating her. And are you telling her to stay? Or are you going to give her advice to keep it pushing and find something that accommodates you?
Thank you, Terry.
Follow-up
Hey, I like
questions?
the fact that you guys are having conversation.
Yeah.
That's why we call this the grown ass woman awards, the Gawa tonight, because you guys are listening to each other, you guys are responding to each other, you're not arguing, and this is what it looks like, guys. If you're watching tonight, so I appreciate it. Let me do this super chat real quick, and then we'll get right back to what we're doing here. We got let's see, my boy, What We Know podcast. Lord have mercy. He say, if her vagina, I'm trying to do this in the way he did it. If without laughing, you know I'm goofy as hell. If her vagina smell this foul, she will have it behaving children. JT chapter 1 verse 17 through 20. Let's do this. All right, thank you, JT. I appreciate you, my brother. Oh my God. All right, go ahead.
Here's the thing. I think we need to address the issue that men are abusers, because I think that is a scapegoat question that I think a lot of women like to use as to reason why they no longer want to be in marriages. Here's my whole thing about that. If nobody's there to verify it, if there's no police report, did it really happen? You know, if a tree falls in the wood, did it really happen? You see what I'm saying? At that clip, they're making it seem like all married men are going around beating their women. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Which I find that hilarious. If the police really wanted to lock all men up, they would lock up all the husbands. But I assure you, women would still be getting beat, and it probably wouldn't be by their husbands. You see what I'm saying? I think we need to address that issue. Miss O, what do you say to the crowd when they say that women are abused in their marriages, especially by guys who say they love them? You know, is abuse common?
Right. Before you go, Miss O, I want to put this out there.
Mm-hmm.
The last statistics that came out, we had the show last Tuesday,
Mm-hmm.
is that the domestic violence in America today
Mm-hmm.
is not led by men anymore. It's led by women in lesbian relationships.
I believe it. Let me see this. A lot of women, I don't understand the abuse thing unless you had like you said, like documentation. That's the only way I believe it. Because women lie. I'm sorry. I'm a woman, but women lie. They'll say a man beat them just so they can get sympathy. And I'm not saying that there's not any that's out there, because I know of some that was actually victims. So I'm not saying them. There are actually victims, women that's been victimized into in domestic violence. So for the ones that have been, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these other ones, because I had sons that went through this. And I actually seen it. They just lie. And if the female don't do what they want them to do, the first thing they'll do is call the police. Oh, he hit me. actually they had a lot. I've been watching a lot of videos lately on those police cams they've been having. They've been showing more women beating the men. And those women are calling the police on the men, saying the men beating them. So I know I'm right on what I'm saying, but I wouldn't say, I'll put it this way. I think it's more DV when it comes to women that's not married more than it is the women that is married. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest on
Is
that.
that what you've seen? Women outside of marriage getting handled? Is that what you see?
Yes, I did. I grew up like I've been around like I come from a big family and they were all married. I didn't see that. I'm gonna be honest, I did not see that. And if the husband and wife had any disagreements or whatnot, they never talk around the children. They'll go in the room and they'll talk, and then they'll come out, and you don't see anything else from that. But other than that, I've never seen the bucking, the fighting, and everything. And my father came from a middle class. My mother came from poor, so I seen both spectrums of it. Far as relationships, and my dad's side, it was more married. My mom's side, it was more single, and I actually seen it more on my mom's side when it came to the fighting, the women chest bumping the men pushing them away, the females hitting them, and next thing you know, the woman getting hit because she keep just chest bumping. My thing is, if you know, women know how to test buttons when it comes to a man. If you see this man is irate and want to fight and this and the third, why get in his face? Why talk stuff? Why put fuel to the fire just to escalate it? And then when he hit you because you didn't hit him about 100 times, you want to cry and say he put his hands on you when you the one invited it in the first place. Men react physically. We react emotionally. And women can't control their emotions, and a lot of men can control better than men can control that physicality on putting his hands on you more than a woman can control that emotion when it comes when DV comes into play.
It has gotten so bad for these young men that I literally taught my son that if you don't really know the girl, you keep your keys and your phone in your pocket. Don't get too comfortable so you can just walk away.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time she ever puts her mouth together to form the words, "I'm calling the police," you leave her right where she is. Because I have a young black man as a son, and if anybody threatens to call the cops on him because of something frivolous, she should be done. And we have to teach our young, we always teaching men to keep their hands off women, but do we teach our women, our little girls, to keep their hands to themselves when it comes to boys? I mean, we do too much on trying to teach women what to expect from a man, but do we teach our women what to do for a man? I mean, we just do too much on one side and not enough on the other side, and there's an imbalance. Look at the actor Michael Rainey. He got groped. I know you guys have seen that. How much sexual molestation has gone to little boys and nobody says anything, and little boys grow up to be men to suffer in silence because they'll be looked upon as weak or simp. As women, we do have to do better with each other as women and with our men, because obviously what's indicative of today's world, we have to do better. We do.
Unless I see your hand up. Go ahead, darling.
There we go. Ladies, which form of abuse do you believe is worse and more lasting, verbal or physical?
Oh, I talked about this yesterday with somebody.
Verbal.
Oh, I thought I was
verbal. I would say verbal because physical wounds heal. Verbal, you hear that in your head over and over and over again.
And I asked because I saw a comment recently where a man said, as far as divorcing your husband, if he isn't whooping you, you better stay. But there's the verbal and the mental abuse as well. And I believe that that's worse. So I was just wondering, I wanted your all's opinion.
I think it's both. Yes, verbal is lasting because, our words carry weight. just as much as a hand does, just as much as a belt does, a chair does. But there's some aspects where women or men, that physical touch from being violated, they don't ever want to be touched by anyone again. And sometimes we see that leading to same-sex things, same-sex that. So it's like we can't say one is better than another. And nobody should be abused in any form, shape, or fashion, because it's not good. That's not how anyone should live their lives, from a child to an adult. So that's my take on it.
Miss Jenny, I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to give a little bit of pushback, because I feel like physical abuse would still reign supreme, because I mean, I don't know if this is just me, because I feel like I forget a lot of things. And so, I mean, my husband and I had a lot of like really bad toxic arguments, and we've said a lot of horrible things to each other. And then like sometimes like we'll like reminisce and be like, wow, look how far we've come and look how much better we are towards each other. And then he'll say something and I'm like, I don't even remember you saying that. And he's like, are you serious? Like, it made you cry. I'm like, I don't remember. So I don't know, but maybe that's just me. But like I remember things like, if people push me down at the playground, or if I've ever been in a physical altercation. I haven't been in a whole lot of physical altercations, but I feel like, and then I don't know, maybe it's more personal to me, because like I'm fair skinned, so I scar easy. And so I feel like if I were to actually get into a physical altercation, that would wear more weight to me. And I feel like if I were in a situation where my spouse, like if it was my spouse who was physically abusing me, I feel like that would hurt me more, because you can say anything in the heat of a moment. Like you could really love someone, and you could just say like just in like a fit of rage, you just say something so vitriolic and so evil and like just so heinous to them, and you really don't mean that. But I feel like it takes a lot more to physically hurt someone in a fit of rage. Like it's a lot easier to say something reckless than it is like physically do something. Like you can't choke someone out in 2 seconds. So like that's gonna take more effort and take more time. And so I feel like, for my husband to say something horrible to me, like, okay, like you were upset, you were mad, I get it. But if my husband were to like choke me or like beat me up, I feel like you really meant that. Like, you took time and effort to do that to me, and that hurts me more.
I love that you gave that perspective. So I want to add something to it.
So then Anissa, you got next. Go ahead.
Now, even if you don't recall the verbal abuse, do you believe it stays on your subconscious? And do you believe that could possibly pass to your children unconsciously, even if it's something that you don't recall? Ladies and gentlemen.
Probably.
Go ahead, Miss O. You had next,
Okay.
and then Anissa got next after you.
I was, like I said, the verbal is worse, because if you look at it this way, it's a lot of children. We was all kids before, okay? We remember everything when we was kids, everything. So if a parent has if a child has a verbally abusive parent, when you get older, that sticks with you. When it comes to the physical, okay, you have whatever. But when it comes to that physical abuse, the best thing to do, and take it from me, is to leave. Okay, that part. But when it comes to the verbal will always be in the back of somebody's mind. They even had studies when when our people was in slavery, whatever, and all it's trauma. They had all that verbal trauma, they had all that physical trauma, and when they had children, it ended up going with the child. So although the kid haven't went through everything that the mother went through while I was in the womb, it feels everything. So it's just a trickle down effect when it comes to the verbal abuse. So I would say the verbal is way stronger than the physical.
Anissa, you want to follow up?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with Wife Podcast. I think we just need to get to the point where we say abuse period is just wrong. Doesn't matter. I could care less which one is more hurtful, than the other. Verbal abuse is wrong. physical abuse is wrong. I guarantee you, any woman that's being physically abused is also being verbally abused by that man. The two often go hand in hand. So I think we just need to come to a point where we just call abuse abuse. It is wrong across the board. Doesn't matter which one is more pervasive than the other. It is wrong. No one should be abused, period. If you want the respect of your wife, don't verbally abuse her. If you want the respect of your husband, don't verbally abuse him. And everybody needs to keep their hands to themselves. That's period, point blank. We are not going to sit here and grade abuse. Abuse is wrong across the board.
Thank you, Anissa.
Let me ask you that real quick, if I may. 'Cause I always like to add a perspective to my sister Anissa. Anissa, do you know that in certain states in the United States of America, that is a thing that couples do? Do you think that? Do you know that there's things that there's something called? I got to pull it up here, and I'm trying to put it up on the screen so we can all see it together. Let's see, 1 second. I'm trying to pull it up here. All right. So while I'm pulling it up, I'll be discussing it because I don't want no dead space in the show. But there is a where is it at? Video. Okay, there it is. There is something called domestic discipline. And Trey, this is an all-women's panel, so there's no men allowed tonight. However, there's something called domestic discipline. And a lot of women have submitted this to their husbands, not the husband submitting it to them. And that's why I'm trying to put it on the screen so you guys can see it. There's 5 types of domestic discipline. That's consensual corporate discipline, a practice between 2 adult partners in a relationship that involves fully consensual corporal discipline legally. All right. So that means if in that house, if he disciplines his wife physically, he can't go to jail for abuse because it's agreed upon by the wife that he does that to her. There's also one called relational approach, a domestic discipline, a deviant behavioral approach to relationships that advocates wifely submission and male dominance through the use of disciplinary tactics like spanking the wife. A lot of
hold on, pause.
Yeah. So let me get the super chats. Hold on a second. Y'all just let that marinate. Let that marinate. Let that marinate.
Listen, they could come up with whatever kind of crazy rules that they want to. I'll just speak for myself. No man is going to be putting his hands on me or disciplining me. Last time I got disciplined, I was 16-year-old, and that was by my daddy. And I've never had a man put his hands on me, and I don't expect that to ever change. So you will not be disciplining me. You can talk to me, but you will not be putting your hands on me to discipline me or spank me. That's absolutely not going to happen.
So Anissa, if you get out of line,
so I'm glad I don't live in those states. But that's just me. Those are my boundaries and my standards. I don't know what other women do, but that's never gonna. That's not.
Anissa says she does not want to be spanked.
If you get out of line with Bartholomew, and Bartholomew says, "Come here, woman," and he throw you across that hip and say, "Now get in there." What you? Oh, look at her.
Yeah.
And the reason I said that is because I left that part out because I knew you was gonna make that face. It says most of these relationships has very, very high sex drives. So that means that relational approach of domestic discipline leads to a lot of kinky sex. But I'll just
I see some grins over here. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
I see some grins.
So said, what is it? I just want to put that. But anyway,
I want to say this before I had to. My newborn baby has needed me, but for one, I just want to say that doctors said that most abused couples are married couples because they stay together. So those are the people that's being abused the most is married couples because they don't never leave. And then it would only, make sense. And then as far as like trying to discipline, listen, that doesn't work. I'm trying to figure out another whooping outside of whoop ass when it comes to my kids because me whooping their ass ain't working. And so I'm gonna have to find another way to discipline them because they do what they want to do. Okay, you spank them, they cry for the moment, and they go back to doing what they want. I've had my first, my first.
Boys or girls?
Both. I have both. Yeah.
How do the boys act when you give them a spanking?
They're more spoiled. where the girl will accept it. The boys will cry, how dare you whoop me? You know, I'm supposed to get stuff my way. Versus my daughter would get a quick attitude and then she'll keep it pushing.
Why is there a difference? They're raised in the same household. What's the difference?
I think it's literally born that way. Literally. I mean, my oldest is 5, my next is 4, then I have a 3, then I have a newborn. So it's literally in their gene where the boy would act out even though he was wrong, versus the girls taking it and accepting it, and it is what it is.
So hold on. So what you're saying is that the girls, when they do wrong and they're disciplined, they don't want to take any accountability for what they do. But the boys, on the other hand, do.
No, completely flipped. The boys will whine, mommy hit me, how dare you hit me, keep whining. But the girl, I might not even have to spank her. I just let her know, hey, you was wrong, and she'll take it and she'll keep it pushing. The boys is the ones that make a big deal about it. And that's natural. I definitely didn't teach them that.
So in this particular situation, So in this particular situation, the girls accept accountability from their mother.
As babies. Yeah.
As babies, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Stay out my head.
What about the father? How do the boys respond to the father's discipline?
So I feel like boys test mothers more than they do fathers. They don't. They know daddy will spank them harder, maybe. I think women hits just aren't as hard or something, but yeah, I don't get no respect in my house.
And this is why women can't lead men, because you can't hold them accountable.
We can't lead you. No, we definitely raise you, though. I think you guys need to give us our props on that. We do raise you, but we can't lead you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also, my boys don't listen. I talk to them. It's going to the talking phase now, where the beating ain't gonna work. But I do talk to them. But I'm like, I got my dad, because their dad be acting up. So I got my dad, and I have to turn my head because he has to roar like they have to roar, and I just have to turn my head and be like, oh God, this sucks, because we do have a heart, and that connection we have with our children, we just don't want to cause them harm when they do what they do, when they push us over the edge, and we just be like, boy, just take this tablet and go sit down somewhere, that's what we do. But when the dad steps in, it's nice. It's just like one and done, or the big old eye, like it's
so when grown men hold boys accountable, it's a beautiful thing. But do you think a grown woman, like right now, Loss can hold me accountable right now? Do you think that a woman, when the boys become men, do you think, in the words of Take Heed, shout out to her, do you think that women can hold a man accountable in the way that a man can as an adult?
No, she could make him feel some type of way, but I think he won't take it as serious unless it came from a male or a male role model. Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, go ahead, Lost.
Why do you
Because
think
you guys don't want no woman telling you what to do. Y'all do not like us telling y'all what to do. So, yeah, I hear you, woman, but I think they'll take it more serious as hardcore when it comes from a male or one of their role models. I think y'all feel like, because y'all feel like
Go ahead. Why? Tell us why. Why do you think men would listen to men versus listen to a woman first?
I feel like y'all feel like it's effeminate to listen to a woman. Just from a basis.
Men listen to women all day long.
Can I get in there?
No, not yet, because Alyssa had it next. I'm using this as a teaching moment. The reason why men listen to other men is because there is a low level of threat of violence between men. Men know that they can get to fisticuffs if we really get down to it. That's the real reason why men don't talk to each other crazy, because we know the ultimate is a fist fight. You see what I'm saying? And I think women take advantage of that sometimes and say what they want to say, knowing that a man is not supposed to put his hands on a woman, and they use that to their advantage. So that is the main reason why you have women who verbally abuse men, because they take advantage of that. And what happens is, since women view themselves as the beautiful ones, how dare you mess up my moneymaker? How dare you make me unbeautiful? That's my superpower. But see, when a man gets verbal abused by a woman, you know what I mean? Men really don't give a damn how they look. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's a scar is like a rite of passage in some tribes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember in Black Panther when Michael B. Jordan took off his shirt and he was finna fight T'Challa and he had all them scars on him or whatever. Men don't care nothing about no scars. But I tell you one thing, you mess up a man's motivation for you, and that all that tongue wagging and tongue lashing that you like to do and call a man, when he no longer gives a damn, it's a wrap. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you do. It is a wrap. You see what I'm saying? And that's the real reason why men are more susceptible to verbal than it is physical. We don't care nothing about no physical. We merchants when it comes to death. You know what I'm saying? We'll throw fists. You know what I mean? But the minute you start throwing words, then it's like, why am I even doing this for you? You're no longer worth it. You see what I'm saying?
Lost in translation, real quick.
Go ahead.
Doesn't this take us full circle on the show we had a few weeks ago?
It sure does.
We were talking about that God does not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man.
That's right.
Because and the reason for that, you said it then, but then you're repeating it now, is that because you cannot hold a man accountable.
She can't.
There's not a woman leader at a church anywhere that can hold a man accountable. I'm telling you, I saw a video of 5 police officers, women, who told a big old black dude, put your hands behind your back. He said, you crazy. And you seen this big burly black man dragging 2 black women and 3 white women down the street. They were, while he was pulling their asses, they were radioing in, we need back up, we need back up, we need back up.
Need way back up. A couple dogs or something.
It took 2 men to get him down. 5 women police officers couldn't do it. 2 men. You cannot have authority over a man. That big old man was throwing him. It was bad.
Stand down. Stand down.
It was bad. But let me get these.
You had your hands up.
Back to you guys.
Go ahead. Let's see you had your hands up.
First, sweetheart. Right after the super chat. Antoine said, $5 super chat. Thank you, my brother. He said the problem with females, they aren't willing to be women. Yes, there's a difference between females and women. All right. Here we go with the 40,000 pesos. I figured it out. Let's see. He said many women confirm why, as passport brothers, are married to new wives in new countries. My wife in South America has her MBA, an accountant, and I get meals, no attitude, and peace daily. There is nothing my wife can't have. Jesus Christ. Thank you for that, man.
Shout out to the degrees and the green beans. You know what I'm saying?
Lord. Jesus. Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's see here. Who was the last one that we read? Oh, here we go. Oh, we did that one. Antoine's $5 super chat. Here's a question that I want to ask the ladies. Do you want equality or fairness? Because there's a difference. All right. Thank you for the $5 super chat. We got Andre, and Andre love crossing borders again with 10,000 pesos. Only in the U.S. are husbands called partners. Lord have mercy. Originally an LGBTQ term. Now proof is out. Women are the most abusive. The panel is downplaying it. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. We got another 10,000 pesos here. He said a woman can raise a male. They can never make him a man. Only a man can develop a man. This frustrates most single mothers. All right. Thank you so much, Andre. Appreciate you, brother. All right. Back to what we were talking about.
Yeah. Unless you had a comment you wanted to make. Go ahead, darling.
Yes, you all were just tying it all together. I'm thinking about levels of testosterone. And I'm not sure if you all are aware, but there are lots of stats saying that the levels of testosterone are decreasing here in the States due to diet and whatnot, and estrogen is increasing. So now with all these stats of women being more abusive, being more masculine, confrontational to men, like they with chest bumping and whatnot. So it only makes sense that the levels of testosterone are increasing in women.
Lord have mercy.
It only makes sense. And it's what the gentleman said with the super chat, the woman from across seas, there are a lot of things, a lot of foods here in America that are illegal across seas because what's in the foods? It's all coming together now. I can see that their levels of testosterone are, well, the ladies' levels of testosterone are much lower there, and their estrogen is much higher. Therefore, they have naturally no desire to be confrontational. I'm putting the pieces together, and I'm loving it. I'm loving the conversation.
But do you know why? Do you know why though?
I think it's diet.
Well, here's the thing: if these people can sell more chicken, which are full of antibiotics and hormones to make them bigger, then you're gonna have a whole lot of people. We're gonna have a whole lot of people with a lot of estrogen by proxy, because they're ingesting these animals who have a whole lot of antibiotics and estrogen in them to make them bigger. So that's the reason why you got people acting the way they act. But that's another conversation for another day.
I mean, if you can't deny that, you have to say that is a contributing factor to how people brain is, because the gut is the second brain. What you're putting in your body. We know that America, and it says so many times, oh, it's easy just to come off on a surface level and say, oh, that woman's acting that certain way. Okay, but now let's just breaking it down. Okay, let's see the contributing factors to the psyche or the pathology of what's going on in America, as opposed to other states where it's more natural, where seeds are even illegal to even cross in the borders of America, that they can't even bring here. You can't even harvest your own water, your own food. So I think we should factor that in, not saying that's a total dominant thing cause, but it definitely plays a part into that, what we're feeding our children, how we're genetically weaker from past times, because you see the men in the NBA from back in the day, you'd be like, yeah, them look like real men, as opposed to the same age now. You'd be like, they look like little teenage boys. So you can physically see how things are changing and molting and shedding and evolving and devolving here in America.
So, so it has to be affecting our brain.
Right. I'm not trying to be funny. I think that there's these 80s babies, these 80s men and up. I think that we just the last of the dying breed. I remember our mama could leave us in a damn car. It was 100 degrees outside. She'd go in the grocery store for 2 hours. Hell, we out there playing Uno. None of us did. You understand?
Like, we got common sense enough to get out the car when it's hot.
Now leave a kid in the car now. You come back there. I mean, it is a difference, because right now, older men, 80s babies, 70s babies, all the way up. Those are some tough guys, bro. We're just not like that no more. And we do look at the young men today differently, right? Because men today are saying it's okay. I saw the guy from The Chi on Breakfast Club. What's his name? The singer. He's on there with his fingernails painted. Talking about, I'm a heterosexual male. I'm not gay. I'm just heterosexual. No. Back in the day, that would have got him beat up.
You know what I noticed?
Metrosexual men are into fashion, looks, beauty. There's different categories of men. He's definitely more metrosexual. Yeah.
You know what I noticed too, black man?
Yeah.
Men used to get their hands dirty. You know what I'm saying? We used to do yard work. We used to grow stuff, grow food. Think about it. When's the last time you went through somebody's neighborhood and you saw a fruit tree? If you go to Europe and places like that, they have orange trees just everywhere. You can just reach up and grab fruit.
Not no fruit tree.
Yeah. You just see the fruits and not the fruit tree.
Yeah, I see the fruit. I'm gonna leave that alone. Go ahead.
You know what?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I want to go back and rebuttal the young lady that said men don't listen to women. That's not true. It's how your approach, how you talk to men. I mean, it's like taking candy from a baby in actual. But if you do what you're supposed to do as the woman and fulfill your job description, you can get what you want out of that man, but you're not going to get it out of that man cursing him, disrespecting him, talking about his mama, bringing up stuff that he has told you in confidence. I mean, come on, ladies. You get more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. It's like it's not that hard. It's not rocket scientists. They're humans too. Yes, we can't hold them accountable, but we can get that honeydew list done. Make him his favorite meal. The next day, that morning, you leave him the honeydew list. He gonna remember that loving and that meal you gave him, and he go, I got some hip in my hop and hop in my hip. You know, it's what we do for each other, and that's how you get reciprocation. but we don't see it that way. So I don't know. I've never had that problem. I ask my man to do something, it gets done. Maybe not right away. I don't trip like some women that I see, but it gets done. It's how you ask, your approach.
Yes,
I'm even learning how to speak more softly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Yes.
So that's gonna be put in the mix too. So let's see if I can get even more of what I've asked for. I digress.
Women don't realize how powerful that is. That's a superpower. They don't realize it. You can get a man to do just about anything you want if you approach him with that feminine aura. I mean, look at history. Look at history. I was just telling my daughter the other day, I think it was in England. They were fighting suffragettes. They were fighting the vote to give women the vote. And the last vote was for this young man, and he had a great relationship with his mother. And of course, all his fellow men were like, you gotta vote our way, you gotta vote our way. The women not gonna do, the right thing, they're gonna go crazy if they have the power. And he said, my mama wrote me a letter. It said, baby, you got to do right. You got to do right by women. And he voted for the women's side. I don't realize the power we have. We've lost that.
Jesus.
Let me stop.
Can we have a moment of silence for that comment? Jesus. My God. You know what? She's absolutely right. From a male perspective, and I know Lost in Translation would also agree that you will get a man will run through a brick wall for you. And if he can't get through it the first time, he'll go get a helmet and try again. All you have to do is use your femininity. Now, if you come home and the first thing you say to him, "What the fuck you be?" He ain't gonna do nothing for you. You know why? Because then most women who complain about their husband not doing nothing around the house, he's depleted because your energy is not filling him. Let me say it again. He's depleted because your energy in the house and what you're creating, because the Bible speaks of a woman builds up her house. So if you're not pouring to your man and he come through that door, he's not going to spend time with them kids because the workplace drained him. Then he come home, now you're going to finish him off. And then how can he sit there and hug his kids and be happy and put on a smiling face? He can't do that. How's he going to come in and show you any kind of love? He kiss you on the back of your neck. You want to throw the spatula at him. He's not going to do anything. He's going to feel some type of way. If you deplete him, he ain't doing shit. And that's from a male perspective. Lost in Translation, if you want to add on to that, you can. Let's go back to these ladies.
You know what? Here's the thing. I don't think women understand this about men. Men will do regardless whether you ask him to or not.
Come on.
It's whether he'll do it with bells on is the difference. You see what I'm saying? Men don't bargain with women like women bargain with men. You know what I'm saying? If you take me out to this steak 48, and I might think about taking care of you later on. You know what I'm saying?
Do that again for this comment though.
He said, told y'all last night, Alyssa is a breath of fresh air. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Okay. Yeah, I don't think women realize that men are gonna do anyway. You don't have to really bargain with us. It don't take much to tip us over. You know what I'm saying? Because we already know it's our responsibility to do. We just need a better reason to do it. And when you do it with a smile on, and you do it with a soft voice, and then you sexy with it too, you know what I'm saying? It just, hey man, it makes me move a little faster. You understand what I'm saying? Come on, Miss O. I know you got your hand up. Come on.
Hey, I'm like this. Look, I am spoiled, okay? I appease to my husband the best way I can. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, but I'm gonna be as perfect as I can for my husband. Everything I have is because of him, because I present being a woman to him instead of trying to assert his authority. I never did that. We've been married almost 11 years. I've known him for 28 years. So I get everything I want. As a matter of fact, he helping with my channel. So I got my new equipment and everything. I didn't even have to ask. He just got it for me. So
I know that's right. You doing something? Praise the Lord, everybody. Go ahead.
And just say, won't he do it? Come on.
Won't he do it?
Who had their hand up? Miss Jenny, you've been awfully quiet. I'm going to get you involved in this thing. I need somebody to throw some hands. Is that not true? If you speak nicely to your husband, does he go above and beyond? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And it's funny because my husband and I, we do this like more so in like a joking manner. And so it'll be like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example, because like it'll be like he'll ask me to do something, and then I'll say, okay, I'll do it. Or if he asks me to do something in an aggressive tone, I'll be like, I don't respond to demands. And I'll be like, you need to go back and try that again. And he'll be like, oh, sweetie pie, can you do this for me? And I'm like, yes, dear. And then he'll flip it, on me, and I'll be like, oh, can you go to the store and get me something? He's like, can I go to the store and get you something? And I said, oh, King, did you mind going to the store and picking me up something, please, dear, honeybee? He's like, what do you need? Like, how can I help you? And so
he reaches down and he finds the gumption to go get his honey bun, whatever she needs. That's right.
So, and this is one of the major flaws of feminism, as ironically as it's called, because feminism has taught women how to be more like men, and that has not taught them how to embrace womanhood and play to our strengths. We're so busy trying to fit our round peg into the square hole, I believe it is. And so
yeah,
can't say anything around
we
here.
quick with the pause over here, you know what I'm saying?
So we're so busy trying to make something fit that doesn't fit, when we just need to be who we are and play to our strengths. And so when women act aggressive, I mean, we're not even actually being men, we're just being obnoxious women. But that's not our strength. We're meant to be meek and gentle. And so we just need to, try to absorb into that.
That's a great question. White School, I got a question for you. Okay. Why is it important, or what's the benefits of a woman being feminine?
It's so many benefits to being feminine, right? You are pleasant to be around. You're nurturing. You can reach people and talk to them, especially other women, especially the children. Children, they don't lie. They'll tell you about yourself. You know what I'm saying? Children, they'll love to be around you. Children come to me all the time. I'm like, even though I beat them up and stuff, but I love children. It's the power that we have to cultivate. When tasks and things are given to us, we're able to accomplish it in a multi-level way, because our minds just goes all over the place because we have the ability to multitask. Just the softness and the peace to be able to sit and listen. I don't think we do it enough. I don't think that the American life affords us to do it sometimes, to be able to sit. But when you're able to tap into your femininity, it brings your stress levels down, because we attract what we are. So if we're stressful, if we don't have peace, if we're unsettled, if we have trauma, if we have all this baggage in us, it's going to come out and affect other people. It's going to affect our children. It's going to affect our man. It's going to affect our household. So if we know how to neutralize that and control it underneath the umbrella of femininity, it makes things work better in the home. It makes us function better as women. And men will say, wow, she's pleasant. Oh, I don't mind being around her. Or, I don't mind doing this. Like you guys said, I don't mind doing that and doing this for her. It's just a different aura. It's just a different presence. It's just how that woman shows up, and a man can appreciate that in her. And that's a beauty. And not all women have it, and they have the potential to have it. Not saying all women cannot have it. You have the potential to have it. You just have to be willing to walk in it. And it doesn't take nothing away from you. It doesn't dumb you down and make you some slave. Like, it's not that. It's in the Bible. It says that you are a crown to your husband. You are a crown. You are a diadem. So don't you want to be blinged out? Don't you want to look good? You're looking good. You're making him look good. You're making everybody look good through your femininity. And who doesn't want to front that? Who doesn't want to show that off and make all the other guys jealous? Wink, wink.
And you opening doors for your man too, because your femininity can not only get your man right, but it can get other men right for you, man. Come here, talk to me. Hey, you know what? My wife talked to your wife the other day. She's amazing. She's a breath of fresh air. Oh my God, why you didn't tell me you're married to this wonderful lady? Hey, listen, we want to talk about that deal we talked about last month. We go ahead and get that taken care of. I'm telling you, it'll open doors for you. And now, I didn't want to do this, but I'm gonna do it because I got to. It's important that we do this. But before I do, I'm gonna need to. I don't drink. I just need a shot of Jesus. So while I'm waiting on that, I'm gonna do these cash apps. Let's see what we got. We got a lot of love connecting going on in here tonight. I want to say that first. These ladies have brought on some love. I see JC in the chat. To mind my business. I seen Embrace the Grace throw something out there. To my, she just want to talk nice to JT tonight. And, oh my God. And then I saw Trey out of all people. Somebody soft and broke my boy Trey down because normally Trey hard as the I-20 going to New Orleans.
I'm telling he throwing handkerchiefs and can on, man. What's really going on?
He said he just want to love us. He want to love a soft-spoken woman and all this here. And when Alyssa was talking, he lit up like a firecracker. I said, oh God, Jesus. And so Lord have mercy. So I just want to put that out there. I just, I love love.
You know what? It seems like the fellas like the ladies, man.
Yeah,
I thought this was the hate. I thought this was the hate black women channel. You know what I'm saying?
The He-Man woman hating club.
The He-Man woman hating club. Tonight we got a lot of people watching. Look
at this. He said, I want to protect a soft, delicate, meek woman. Now, 2 weeks ago, that message would have said, fuck these hoes, I'm single forever. Now, I see it.
Exactly.
I see it. I feel it in my spirit. So shout out to Trey. Maybe we can get Alyssa a number for you tonight. Listen, hallelujah, somebody. I'm just gonna throw it. You know me. I'm gonna throw it out there. If it's either gonna grow, it ain't. Hell. Okay, let me get these super chats. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me get back to what I was doing. I love love now. I love love.
Yes.
Okay? And then TJ, I ain't gonna say what TJ said about White School Podcast. We're gonna keep that under the wraps.
Wait a minute. Now hold on.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, she got his number already.
Right now.
I don't even know where to start. These folks didn't show out tonight. Okay. Confirm password, bro. Here's a question. Okay, I got it. All right, we got 10,000 pesos here. Nope, we read that one already. Right, we read that one. Okay, there we go. Through the Fire Podcast, $5 super chat. He said, Alicia is correct about T levels in women. I work with 3 women under 30 with goatees. With goatees and a 5 o'clock.
I like how you got that lined up, baby.
We're gonna play our super chat video of a lady with her T levels up. Andre love crossing borders. Thank you for the 40,000 pesos. He says she's correct. 116 foods in the U.S. is illegal in most countries. U.S. chicken, pork, beef, GMOs. I'm 57 he's from Colombia. Hey man, thank you for tuning in.
He's in Colombia, but he's from here.
Yeah, in Colombia, and healthier than most 27-year-olds. By the way, if my traditional wife asks, I'll do it ASAP because she's feminine. Praise the Lord, everybody.
That's what I'm talking about. Praise the Lord down there in South America.
Now, South America, damn. Antoine, $10 super chat. He said, ladies, who's the first man to validate you? Your father. The second man, your husband. These are the things that females will never appreciate and understand. My.
Interesting. Good point.
Hey, my daughter in here right now. May I tell you I love you? I tell you I love you today. You guys talk up, they can't hear you. I love you too, baby.
That's so sweet. That's so precious. That's so precious. That's what I'm talking about, black man. You're right.
Baby, boy, she said right over there staring at me like this. She can't hear y'all, so I ain't want to a couple of years. But yeah, I want to ask this question. This is a damaging question that's been going around the internet, and I want you guys to answer it for me, ladies. We're gonna go down the serious road here. How do you feel about black women endorsing and pushing the narrative of deleting all male black babies? Let me say it again because I want it to marinate. How do you guys feel about this? Is a two-party question. Black women promoting and endorsing deleting all male black babies. If any black woman is pregnant with a male baby, she should delete him. And then the second part of that question would be, how do you feel about the men who support them?
I'll go first because
Yeah.
I think it's disgusting, it's disheartening, and it's just straight up ignorant. So you're telling me that I should have deleted my black son when the black man is superior, was the first specimen on earth? It is Jesus. You're telling me to delete Jesus? That's what you're telling me to do? I mean, come on, man. And the fact that it took so long for this lady to get canned amazes me. And the simps that follow her, they're just as bad because they're males. They're agreeing with a woman that say I should have been deleted. I mean, we are just really ass backwards in this world. And these women, I mean, you can feel how you feel and think what you think, but imagine a 21-year-old in this dilemma and comes across this video and was this close to keeping the child and hears that show, and you've just changed this little girl's mind to delete that child, when that could have been the next president, that could have been the next inventor, the next anything. So I think it's disgusting and disheartening, and we have to look at all these great content creators and channels that we create. We need to stomp on their ass and really smoke them out, because again, when you don't say anything, you are co-signing. When you don't correct people and hold them accountable, you are co-signing to their bad behavior. For example, somebody says a racist joke and you there key laughing with them, but deep down you're bothered and you don't say anything, then you just co-sign to that joke. So I digress. My mic is muted.
Oh, well, did you answer the second part of that? How do you feel about the men who support them? You answered that, right?
I said there is bigger simps. You can't get a bigger simp than them, because you're actually you're okay with women telling them to delete yourself, delete your son. I mean, really? You're trying to end a race. You're trying to end. I mean, how are you going to be able to procreate if you delete all males? It's disheartening, and we just have to speak up more and shut it down. Her channel, Cynthia G, should have never lasted as long as it did, because nobody said nothing.
Oh, no, but you know what, though? They made her a martyr, because now she has someone else who is on the platform with men who are doing the same thing. I was on their panel the other day defending it.
Wow. Then the people like us need to go bombard that channel and really help take it down, because we have too many impressionable young people here caught in decisions. I mean, we're supposed to be uplifting each other, bringing in positivity, encouraging, teaching others to do better so they can be better and be better versions of themselves. What are you teaching by telling young women to delete your black child? What is the good in that? That ain't nothing but demonic and his plan, because that's part of his plan. Is to end the human race. But I digress.
All right.
Come on, Miss O.
Yeah. Wife school. Oh, who you want to go, Miss O? Okay, Miss O.
Yeah, she had a hand up. She was bubbling.
Oh yeah. If
Wife school,
people
you got next.
pay attention, if you was to, we back at the Bible. Remember, in the Bible it says that the Pharaoh wanted to delete all the male children. That should tell you something right there. I'll leave that alone on that one. But I have a problem with that. You have so much hatred for a man that you want to delete what the babies have to do with it. The babies don't have to do anything. I'm like this. If you don't like men, just stop opening your legs to them and just get with a female, because that's what feminism is. It's lesbianism. If you look,
hear what I said?
So, and I'm again, and these guys, any guy that endorsed that, they on the rainbow side. That's all I have to say.
What's say it again? I couldn't hear you. What you say?
If any man, if any male side with that rhetoric, they are on the rainbow side.
She did say rhetoric. She did say rhetoric.
She said rhetoric.
I think he clipping you right now, Miss O.
Take a look. It's in a book.
Mm-hmm.
the reading rainbow. Miss O, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. White School,
White
you waiting on
School, you
that?
got next,
You waiting on me to finish it? White School, what are your thoughts about they promoting this? And then what do you think about the men who are supporting it?
Well, I think, as you know, looking at children, you know, Jesus loves the little children, okay? And he blesses our womb to produce something beautiful. And it is not that child's fault at all because you're whack. You don't want to be, you know what I'm saying? It's never that child's fault because they didn't ask to be here. You decided to open your legs and do what you want to do, and that child should not have to suffer for that. But unfortunately, in this society, it's championed, it's enabled, people outside protesting for this and saying it's all right. Like, no, it's not. And it's life. As I look at things through a biblical lens, like there's nothing new under the sun. People were doing this back in the day, and they were, I looked it up, they were the Canaanites, and they had a deity called Molech, okay? And they practiced child sacrifice. So this child was already out of the womb, okay? Willingly taking your child, regardless, now it's inside. So now we don't have to even deal with it. And I'm sure women, if they had the chance, they probably do it still. If the deity was there. That's how sick people are. And the Bible spoke out against the practice of the child sacrifice. And it was one of the reasons why the Lord instructed Moses to destroy them. So, you know, sometimes I wish God can step in and, you know, make it do what it do and destroy some things, you know, blow up some of these Planned Parenthood, whatever, I don't know. But look at her channel. It got taken down. You know what I'm saying? That's a form of destroying her platform to say anything, to silence her voice. Maybe it's easy this time. Maybe next time it won't be so nice. So pushing the buttons of God's heart, because he loves children so much. He said, if you offend this child, it's better for you to tie a stone around your neck and go get thrown in the sea. That's how he really feels about his love for children. So I think since we displace religion, we have decentered the man. We don't care for the children. Come on. And the women are behind this, strong in numbers. And we should definitely speak out against it. Every chance we get, flag it, report it, and the men that support it, it should be brought to their attention. Like, hey, what's up, bro? You were a little black boy once. How do you feel? Is it hard enough as a man, as a black man? Like, come on. So where's the heart? Where's people's, nobody cares anymore. And to fight evil is an everyday battle. It's a daily battle. And especially with social media, it's a 24/7 battle. And those platforms should be shut down. It should be brought to their knowledge. We should fight back. We should stand up. We should be, wherever we can do, shut it down. That's just me.
Unless you got your hand up, go ahead.
Well, I'm not familiar with the origin. Was this something Western?
Yeah, it's right here in America.
Right here in America. Black sisters.
Good old
right
USA.
here. A whole bunch of them.
Keep proving my point. Keep proving my point. Well, it's obvious that they are disturbed. And I have a question for you all in the chat, anyone listening. How many of you all would sign a petition or try to make a law where mental health was a requirement for the child or children or anyone responsible for a child until they come of age? How many of you all would agree to that? Because something's not right.
Yeah. Wow. That I definitely would be there to support that. It has to be a mental issue. But I want to say this real quick. Yeah, just I want to say this because you brought it up, Miss O, and I just want to bring some text to it, and you could continue, Alicia. It says here in Exodus 21, 22, and 23, When men are fighting and pregnant women is pushed so that the offspring is expelled, we know what that means, a deletion, but no other damage occurs, whoever is responsible for this should be punished. The judges determined that the woman's husband may extract from the culprit. But if a deletion, I'm going to say, or expel happens, the penalty for deleting a baby should be a life for a life. Imagine if we live by those terms today, knowing that 23 million Black babies have been deleted since 1969. And we wonder why we're the minority and not the majority.
At least 23 million.
At least 23.
Yeah, and we wonder why we think what we do doesn't have spiritual repercussions. Why do you think we're the least married? Why do you think we don't have certain things? We are paying for what we do.
Yep. Miss Jenny, you had your hand up.
Oh no. I mean, nothing surprises me with these people anymore. You know, when it comes to these pro-aborts, that, I mean, they'll just say anything. And especially when it comes to Black children. I watched a documentary not long ago. It was about maternal mortality, like women going in to give birth and then they don't come out, or just being kind of neglected and not really seen when it comes to childbirth and things like that. And I didn't realize this when I clicked on it, but it was really heavily Black centered. And just a lot of the stuff that they said really upset me in it. But one of the main things that they said in it that really bothered me was the fact of, you know, that these people, they wanted to feign so much of this, you know, pro-Blackness and being so pro-Black and just loving Black people. And, you know, we need to stand with Black mothers and Black wombs matter and all this stuff. And it just it just fired me up, because one of the girls who had passed away from childbirth, her mom considered herself a pro woman's health, like reproductive health advocate or something, which is just a euphemism for a pro-abort. And so how dare you pretend to be pro-life, pretend to be pro-Black, excuse me, and then be pro-abortion, when we as Black people are the #1 most eradicated due to this genocide. And so, like I said, there were a lot of problems with the documentary, but that was one of the main ones. And so, you know, I don't respect anybody who considers themselves to be pro-Black but is also pro-abortion, because they're just a joke, and everything that they say should just be rejected out of hand when it comes to race, and most things in general, because they're just an idiot. But I mean, I don't even know what to say in regards to, because I didn't hear about this beforehand. Usually things that you guys talk about, I guess you guys feel like, oh, you know, everybody's heard about this. I've never heard of most of the things. Like you mentioned something earlier.
Yeah, you've been gone a while, Jenny.
Yeah, I've been gone, but I don't know. I usually don't hear about the things that we talk about up here. Like whenever we talk about this, is my first time usually hearing about things.
Jenny, because you don't expose yourself to all the foolery that's out there. You be mindful of what you listen to, what you hear. So, because we all know that a lot of the things we see in music is all connected to Satan, and you purposely disconnect yourself. That's why you don't know about all the foolery that's going outside in the world.
I guess so, but I don't know. Maybe that's why my content isn't popping like you guys is, because I'm not plugged in.
There's nothing wrong with it, though. You're not missing anything.
Here's the thing. I like your answer because it's unbiased. You see what I'm saying? Right. It is an organic way of looking at it, and that's the reason why we appreciate you, is because you're not exposed to it. And I think a lot of times when people get into these conversations, they have a side that they've already pre-chosen. So they're gonna be predestined to fall into a particular camp, and they're not gonna listen regardless. So that's the reason why I'm glad you're here, is because you weren't involved in that particular conversation, and you can give us some fresh eyes, or in this particular situation, fresh ears on the matter, to make sure that we're level and we're grounded in reality versus this stuff that we see on YouTube.
Because is Cynthia G the sprinkle lady, or is that someone different?
No. This is somebody different. This is
Cynthia G is one vile snake looking
She was
Yeah,
the one who
portray
initially said it.
He-Man, man hating.
He looks like a deer with a sew in. Now I want to say this.
I'm a PhD.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Nissa didn't get a chance to throw her seasoning in the gumbo. Nissa, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with most of what the lady said. I think that any man or woman that would support this or get behind it it's just an evil idea and thought. And this is why we have to guard our hearts and mind and ears from the things that we listen to. I mean, if I think I heard about this, but I mean, this is something I wouldn't even listen to a full conversation or podcast about something that is just so foolish and so crazy to me. But I think it's important for the younger people who may not be grounded and may not have that influence in their life. I think that's where it's detrimental, and it's just it's an evil concept, and it's an evil thought. And if her show was taken down, I think that was absolutely the correct move, and hopefully she won't be able to come back until she changes some of her thoughts. But I think it's just disgusting that anyone would just verbally get up there and promote something like that. So I have to be careful out here on social media, what's being promoted on some of these platforms.
Now, Nissa, we discussed that. Thank you guys for having that conversation, because for some people it's hard to have that conversation. However, once you drop one Hiroshima bomb, you got to drop another one. And this is what we've been talking about for the last few weeks as well. And I want to get you guys' take on it. They say that Black women are the most undesired women. And then the stats roll in and say that Black women lead in STIs. They lead in domestic violence. They lead in abortion. They lead in domestic violence in lesbian relationships and heterosexual relationships now. And if you look at that blindly, and nobody told you what race that woman was, if you were a man, and they said, would you pick this woman? Would that man say she's desirable after hearing all of that? What are you guys' thoughts on the Black woman is the most undesired?
I would say that checks out. I feel like that, statistically speaking, that's probably true. And I think that plays a part to what White School was saying earlier, is that, we're being punished for all of the bad things that we've been doing, how we've been destroying our children and destroying our homes. And so I think that, we've sown the whirlwind, so now we're reaping the whirlwind, something like that. I'm saying exactly that quote, but yeah, so this doesn't surprise me. Black women, we have the stereotype, and stereotypes don't fall out of thin air, of being aggressive, loud, angry, antagonistic, materialistic, expensive, high maintenance. We have a lot of negative connotations associated with us that are constantly being propagated and reinforced. And I didn't know about the STI thing, but if that's true, then yeah. I don't know what they want. I don't know what you guys want us to say. Is that us up here, we're like, well, not every Black woman, but we're obviously not most Black women. So yeah, I guess maybe Black women are most undesirable, and it's unfortunate, but that's just the way things have shaken out.
On this, I will bounce to you. We're going to wait till last time for you on this one. What are your thoughts, sweetheart? And can you smile real big for the camera? Because you still single. You ain't married yet. There's some guys in the chat want to see that pretty smile.
I'm smiling.
I know that's right. There you go. Add that both side by by. Okay, there you go.
Oh, God.
All right. Go ahead. Praise the Lord, everybody. Go ahead.
As a Black woman, it makes me sad to hear that is the stereotype that we have, simply because just in my life and my circle of friends and influence, I definitely do not see that. So I see things more from my lens and from my perspective, although I know that the undesirable element does exist. I think we have a lot of work. We got a lot of work as women to do to change that narrative, especially if we want to improve our marriage rates and our relationships with our children and being better mothers and so forth and so on. I definitely feel like we have a lot of work to do to improve in that area. And I don't know exactly where the turnaround is going to come from that. I personally believe that men need to be focused on women that are prepared and that are wives instead of being so focused on the ones that are not. I think that's going to have to some kind of way work itself out. Organically or naturally, that the undesirables will, be filtered out somewhere. But I am not one of these women that's gonna sit up here and say women ain't shit and whatever, because it's just not my experience. I think some people need to elevate their friendship circle. They need to change their surroundings. They need to do things different in order to put themselves around the people that are desirable and that are good examples and good mentors and that are living the lives and have the relationships and marriages that you desire, because they definitely exist. But I think it definitely is a stereotype that follows us. And that's unfortunate that it can impact the good ones. I think that's the part, to me, that's the bad thing. There are a lot of good women out there, regardless of what people say. There are a lot of good Black women out there. They're not on Instagram. They're not twerking. They're not most of them probably aren't even on this social media, platform at all. They're minding their business. They're doing what they're supposed to do, and they're carrying themselves the way that they should. And oftentimes these women are overlooked because they aren't in certain spaces, and they might not be appreciated because they might not be that Instagram model and all of those. But there are definitely good women out there, and it's up to the men to find them and not to be so focused on the ones that you don't want. I never get up here and talk about men I don't want. If you're a Pookie and Ray Ray and you're a thug and you're ex-con and you're all of that, I have no conversation. I have no energy to give you because that is not what I'm focused on. I am not trying to attract it, and you don't even deserve my conversation. So I really think that in that regard, we need to start pivoting and stop talking about what we don't want and put ourselves in position to get what we do want.
Now let me say this as well. Now I agree with you, Anissa. There are some good Black women out there. I think
Absolutely.
I think that the spotlight on the stage, imagine this right quick. I just want to put this in there. Just imagine this for a second. There's a huge stage. Michael Jackson, you opening up for Michael Jackson. And they find the opener. And Anissa, you have the gift to get up there and be the beautiful Black woman you are. And get up there and show the world what a beautiful Black woman is. And they tell you at the last minute, Anissa, we can't use you. We got this new chick coming in. Her name is Sexy Red. She opening up for Mike tonight. Who are they? The reason that I said that is because who is the light shining on the most? Now I know in our personal circles that we're not around people like that. But when you're out in the real world and you see 6-year-old girls saying, "I don't believe," right? You hear her 6-year-old girls at the daycare listening to Sexy Red, know all the words. Little girls, 6-year-old girls saying they finna eat booty hole at 6 and 7 years old. And then the mamas are videoing it and putting it online and saying, "Look at my baby." And I'm like, so the light is shining the most on the undesired ones. The women who are desired don't get no shine.
Mm-hmm. I think the problem with that is the culture, the media. They're feeding the appetite of what people want.
Absolutely.
So that, again, that goes back to the individual. If you don't like that, you ain't listening to it. If you're not into that, you're not following that. If that's not how you want your daughter to be raised, you are not going to expose your child to Sexy Red. So again, they're feeding the appetite of what certain people want to hear, what they want to listen to. So it's something wrong with those people. If you desire that and you want to be like that and you want to listen to that, there's something wrong with your appetite. You know, what you want to eat, what you want to hear, you know, what you want to put into your spirit. It's something wrong with you as an individual if that's what you want. So I think we're seeing the appetite of America of what we are, what we like. Because if we didn't like it, we wouldn't be partaking in it.
And so let me ask you a question. Did you go see the new Color Purple?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
What did you think? What did you think?
Well, of course, I saw the original. I wanted to see the remake simply because it was, you know, they said that it was a different take, that it was a musical. So yeah, I wanted to see the production of it. I wanted to see that. So I did. I went to see it.
Now, the reason why I asked that is because earlier you said that we should change our appetite. My thing is sometimes we can inadvertently support an anti-message without even knowing that we did it. Because the original Color Purple movie was basically a movie disparaging men and propping up women, which is the reason why we have the situation that we have in it now. So it's easy for us to stick our head in the sand and say, I'm not going to support that. These people are not around me. But at the same time, we can inadvertently support these people with our money and our time and our viewership, unknowingly that this is a situation that is antithetical to what we really need in our community. It goes against what we're trying to build. You see what I'm saying? So that's the reason why a lot of times when we have to have these conversations, we have to get a different viewpoint from what this is, because we can support the enemy without even knowing it. That's the reason why Eve did what she did, because she thought she was helping, but literally she had no idea that she was actually helping the enemy. So that's the reason why I asked you, did you go see The Color Purple? Because that, in essence, is what the apple or the fruit was in the beginning.
Well, I think with that, I mean, let's just be honest. We all listen to or read or hear things that that we don't necessarily agree with, whether it's a TV, whether it's movie. All of us have seen some programs that we might not necessarily believe in. I think the difference is, I'm able to separate, okay, this is a theatrical production. This is someone's idea of how they wanted to, that is not, for me, that is not going to change my approach or my perception about men, because I'm not easily influenced in that way. But I think if you're a younger person, that's why I said if you're not grounded and you don't have the right structure in the house, with parents, with both parents being there, and if you're not a grounded young person, then you can definitely be influenced by that. I think I've matured to the point where I'm not going to be influenced by that, because that's not going to make me disparage men or change my perception about men. So I think it depends on where you are in your life, and also depends on your maturity. But I definitely see your point.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to follow up with you. Even though you have the ability to separate the two, by you supporting it, it validates to those who don't know how to do it, and they support it as well. A lot of times we live in a society of people who like to follow. And if your blind leadership causes them to get in line and go see it, then what'll happen is you validate the message, even though you have the ability to separate it. You see what I'm saying? By sheer numbers, everybody does not have the ability to separate reality from fantasy. That's the main reason why we have these movies, so we can escape reality. And what happens is sometimes people take a little bit of that fantasy and they want to apply it into their own life a little bit. And what happens is we start down a slippery slope, and then we get into the situations that we have right now. So don't be fooled because we know how to separate something, we can participate in something. But if we give our money to it and it also validates someone else, then we're still a part of the problem. I don't care what end of the equation or equal side you want to stand in on the equation. We're still a part of the same problem.
Well, but Lyd, I think that's why I said I think that's a very slippery slope, because I think whether you're looking at a podcast that disparages men or women, whether it's a movie, whether it's this or that, all of us are probably partaking in something that doesn't 100% build us as individuals and build families and build men and build women. All of us are probably guilty of that. I'm sure everybody is not watching TBN and PBS, every single day, 24/7. So you're going to come across some things that are not necessarily edifying, but it's not something that you feed yourself on a regular basis. So, I think all of us probably are a little guilty of that.
I'm glad you said that, Anissa, because I was looking just now as you were speaking, and they said the number one show on TV, the number one genre of shows on TV is reality TV. The number one shows on TV are the Housewife franchises. They're number one, number two, number three. Who mostly watches those? Now, I will say this as well. Now, that you said, you have to guard yourself from these women like Sexy Red and Megan the Stallion, which is a male horse. I don't understand how that happened. But they've gone mainstream. I want you guys to go do some homework. I want you guys to go and look at the new AI commercial. And I want you to go see Sexy Red on that commercial. Matter of fact, I want you to go and look at the Planet Fitness commercials and look at how they got your Megan Thee Stallion dress. She's the face of Planet Fitness now.
But that's not us putting her there. Those are major companies pushing these women and partnering with their influence. Exactly. That has nothing to do with me or any of these women. It's the people that have the big bucks that says, you know what, this person has pull. They can put my brand on the map. That doesn't mean anything. So that means you got all this, like they said, agenda is the food. Like you have all these outlying factors that are taking advantage of such. What did they say? They say sex sells. So of course these women made themselves available for that. So that's their price. And these people are willing to pay the price to attach themselves to the influence. So what good are they? They're just as bad too. What are these networks and everything? So they're the ones that are in control of this thing. We don't have any networks showing families and the Huxtables. And, they were like, oh, today Samson stole the car, crashed it. Okay, what was the lesson from that? We don't have lesson shows anymore that teaches anybody like, okay, what's the lesson of the day? So it's more so the influence. Let's get this money and move on to the next thing. Let's bring it to high schools. Okay, this seems cool, but it's the age of the influencer. And that's just it.
Hold on a second, black man. I got something for you. Wife school.
PBS.
No. Wife school. A lot of times we don't like to give ourselves credit. You know what I mean? Whether you know it or not, there is a war on poverty. There's an onslaught of inflation that's going on. I don't know if y'all remember this or not, but on the news, the head of Kellogg's was chastising people. They were saying, hey, man, we can't afford groceries anymore because stuff is getting too high. And you know what the head of Kellogg said? He was like, go eat cereal. So guess what happened? On April the 1st, everybody and their grandmama, and especially in the white community, got together on TikTok and say, you know what? We are not buying your crap. I assure you, if you open up any grocery store app that you have right now, Instacart, whatever, they got cereal in there 2 for $5 now, where before a box of cereal was $10.
$10. Come on,
you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That is the power of influence. Your money and what you support is the power of your influence. So my thing is this: you don't have to get out there and be grandstand and get on these people TVs or whatever. You can leverage apps like TikTok that are free. Just make sure that you have you still have a voice and say, hey, look, you know what? Maybe America didn't hear us loud enough. You know what I'm saying? The rent's too damn high. Bacon is too damn high. Cereal is too damn high. You know what? We're tired of it. You see what I'm saying? And what these people did was they said, you know, we're not buying your stuff. And guess what they had to do? They had to unload it, or it's going to go bad at some point in time. People can't. We go ahead and tag in. I got you, man. Go ahead.
I'm gonna add on to what you just said. The Bud Light company. Remember when they put the trans guy on the Bud Light case?
Yes.
The white boy said, "You must be out your goddamn mind.
Out your fucking picking mind.
On the front of it. I'm not buying that shit. You understand me? Bud Light sales went down, goddamn 89%. They was sitting on. Nobody was buying Bud Light. You think I'm going to be at an NFL game with my children? I'm a heterosexual man married to my wife for 40 years. Since it's on the can? Hell no.
They had that Budweiser sitting in the aisle. They were throwing that stuff in the streets like the Boston Tea Party. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do.
The white boy said, "Oh no."
Yeah, absolutely. Like the thing is, these companies, they know it, like you said, it's a slippery slope. They know what to do. They have analysts. Everybody has analytics on their channel. You know what shows were popping, you know what topics are popping, and we're gonna do more of that. So if they talking about, if I noticed that night they were looking at Sexy Red's booty, like, oh my goodness, I got 1,000 views. I'm gonna keep kind of bringing that back. So that's what.
But it's all about what you view. Right, it's all about what you support.
But if that's a majority, if that was hidden, even if it was a clickbait, even if it was not what I really wanted to look, but I clicked on it anyway, the fact that I clicked on it to look, that's what they want. If I can get you in a little bit, okay, then next time I get you in a little bit more. That's how the enemy set it up. Before you know, you can full blown.
Who's
crazy.
Buying these little girls? Who's buying these little girls lip gloss that says chlamydia and gonorrhea? Because Sexy Red sold out. And if you go look at her analytics, her lip gloss is selling to age groups between 14 and 18 years old. So somebody is buying this lip gloss because she sold out every day. You can't even get it. It's on back order. They selling out of her lip gloss. So these 14-year-old girl, what kind of lip gloss you got on, baby girl? That's a real nice lip. Oh, it's chlamydia.
It's clap. Get you some.
Yeah, it's crazy. Back in the day, those older women probably would have snatched Sexy Red face off if you would have introduced something like that.
At least the wig,
you know, would have beat the shit out of Sexy Red. Let's just talk about it.
Miss Jenna, I saw you post something, and she said, "Don't go to Target." I already know where you're going with this one. Go ahead and tell us why they shouldn't shop at Target. I've done the research on this, but go ahead and share with the group.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. So let's not forget on our list of things that we should not buy. Shouldn't buy Kellogg's. Definitely shouldn't be buying Bud Light even before the boycott. And then also we should not be shopping at Target because they partnered literally a year ago with a devil worshiper to promote the trans agenda to children. And so Target is just an overpriced Walmart. And so there's too many. See, the thing is that these people, they overestimate their importance in the marketplace. And so we have too many options. There's too many Walmarts and Wegmans and Kroger's and Sprouts, Publix, Trader Joe's, everybody. We don't need Target. So please spend your money somewhere where they do not promote devil worshiper trans stuff to your kids.
You know what I also noticed? If you go to Europe, most of the markets there are walkable. You know what I mean? Which means that those are mom and pop shops who are not subject to the whims of special interest groups. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why their food tastes better. That's the reason why their service is better, because they already know if I don't take care of my customer won't take care of me. They don't have to worry about all these agendas that we have in America. See, the problem is we have a love affair with cheap stuff. We got a love affair with cheap women, expensive cars, you know what I'm saying, expensive liquor. That's our problem. You see what I'm saying? When it really should be the other way around. You see what I'm saying? But my whole thing is this. We have more power than we realize. But like I said earlier, we have to make sure that we have our women doing what they're supposed to be doing. I promise you, if I call my mama right now, she can tell me what the price of cereal is right now because that's what she does. You see what I'm saying? She can tell you exactly what the price of orange juice is, what eggs are, because she grew up knowing that. But the problem is we have a lot of women who've gotten away from that. They're leaning on DoorDash to tell them whether or not it's economical to eat in tonight or to buy groceries for the next 3 or 4 days. You see what I'm saying? That is a power that I don't think women have realized that they have. the power of the economics of the household is very important. A lot of times women want to look at, I'm getting the bacon, I'm making the money or whatever. So look at me, hear me roar. I can remember that back in the day, in the 70s, 80s, I can bring home the bacon and put it up in the pan. Remember that? All of that stuff. That was cool back in the day to say that. But my thing is now we've gotten away from it because we can't tell that they're slowly choking us out financially through inflation. Because think about it, if you were a merchant like you're supposed to do in Proverbs 31, you would know that the price of this is out of hand. You was like, baby, listen, I understand that, you know, you make a certain amount of money, but have you seen the price of eggs? No. I tell you what, let me go down to talk to the rest of the farmers or whatever and find out what's going on. And then we'll start to get down to the nuts and bolts of finding out who's raising this stuff above what it needs to be. And if we need to raise hell down in Congress or your local economy or a local government and say, hey, look, this is out of hand, we wouldn't have the problems that we have now. But since everybody wants to be the breadwinner, nobody's really understanding the price of bread.
And you know what? Lost in translation. Damn, boy, it's just, that's my brother, man. Listen, let me tell you something about them white folks. When them white folks pissed off about something, you piss them off, oh, they coming. And they're gonna hit your fucking pockets. Let me tell you how much money Target lost in a week. Target lost, U.S. retailer Target lost $10 billion in 7 days over the trans controversy last year. You don't think that was you don't think those corporate workers and the CEO was sitting at the table saying, get that shit out the stores, get it out. $10 billion in 7 days?
Absolutely.
Man, listen, the voices matter, bro. Them white folks got together and said, if you don't get that, the only rainbow we want to see in Target is the Skittle package.
Now, I've seen them advertise Pride, but what this did, it actually was introducing the Baphomet symbol on the items in the store. And I'm like, okay, so folks, hello, can you not see that your agenda is attached to a demonic deity? As I was stating, as your child sacrifice is attached to a demonic deity. Like a lot of these things we are spiritually involved in and we have no idea. And we just think it's hunky-dory. And okay, let's look at these concerts. Look at these influencers. These stars have progressively become overstated in who they serve. They don't serve Jesus. Let me tell you that. They convert back, but they display a lot of dark things, and we just need to wake up like ASAP. And it's affecting our children. It's in the music. It's in our government. It's all over the place. And that Baphomet agenda is a deity that has breath. Is sort of a mutated being,
male and female,
male
representative.
female.
Yeah.
So and they have a statue with the one with the children by its side. So they are coming for your children. As we stated before, last year I was on the panel. They was like, "Oh, we're coming for your children. Oh, they coming for your children. Oh, they coming. Oh, they trying." They said, like what they say, BMU. They said the stats of most Gen Zers or the young kids. They said that they identify in these categories. Other than heterosexual. So they trying to work the system and like I admire the people that says no, we're not going to support this. Hit them in their pockets because that's what they want. They want to make money. They want to stay in business and do what they do. So you have to hit them that way. I wish we would be more on board with these celebrities and the things and attacking our less desirability, which is the topic, and make it change. You know, invest in being out of that way, being more feminine, being, peaceable and cooperative, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like intelligent, beautiful Black women, because we are the moms. We are the moms of a lot of civilization out here. And to make us the lowest, is very sad. A lot of people do extract from the Black community. A lot of things have been built from the Black community. For God's sakes, we show people how to bathe. So we had the first universities and everything. So we teach a lot. We have a lot. So
thank you for bringing it back. Yeah, thank you for bringing that question back around, because I definitely want to hear what the other ladies have to say on that. How do you feel about Black women being considered the least desired based on statistical facts of you know, they lead in a lot of horrible categories as far as deleting children, domestic violence against their lesbian wife, domestic violence against their husbands, and domestic violence against their children, and then leading in STIs, all that stuff. Like, what do you think, Alicia? What are your thoughts?
I mean, well, it's only logical. Because a heterosexual man wants nothing to do with another man. And when you have a female who's exhibiting the traits and the chemical makeup of another man, biologically, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. I'm surprised. Someone mentioned earlier about women, the T levels being high, women growing beards and mustaches. I'm surprised they're not growing fake members like the actual hyenas with everything that's going on in our bodies. So it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. And it's that, and then the STDs and all that other, that's just the icing on the cake, rotten icing on the cake anyway. But I'm not surprised. I wouldn't want to, you know, I wouldn't find them desirable at all.
Dang.
Ms. O, I see you bubbling and boiling over there. Go ahead and jump in.
Oh, ask that question again. Rephrase the question for me. I'm sorry.
I said, how do you feel about Black women being considered the most undesirable, leading in a lot of horrible statistical facts as far as leading in STIs, leading in child abuse, leading in heterosexual domestic violence abuse? That's just to say a few. Leading in baby deletions. We have the most out of they said Black women delete 464 babies a day.
I believe it. I can't say I feel. It's tragic actually, because if you was to look at how we were back then, actually we all came from royalty. Most High took everything because we disobeyed him. He took everything away from us. He stripped us, and he was like, look, I gave you whatever, this, that, and the third, you on your own. But when it comes to these women, it's embarrassing. And the reason why a whole bunch of everybody, all nations look at us like in disgust is because the way we're supposed to be the pillars of the community. All you see is weave. I don't have no problem with women that want to wear it, but some is extreme. Come on now, we know that they don't have no pink hair coming out their head. Okay, if you're gonna wear one, at least wear one that matches you. The Cupid doll lashes, the way they dress, everybody want to be a hoe. I'm sorry, that's what it is. It's like everybody want to be a hoe. Men cannot even discern a woman from a hoe these days because that's what's being pushed out there.
These hoes ain't loyal. You gotta.
They're over sexualizing these girls. I done seen some. I'm not in the world at all. I'm mainly at home. I don't deal with the world. I believe a lot of people already know what I am. But when I see this stuff, it is just so embarrassing. And then on top of it, the powers that be is making money off of Black women because, for one, we are the top. I don't wear weave because I have locks, but we are the
bless you.
We are the top buyers of. We are the top consumers. Black women are. You can look at it. Black women have everything. You mean to tell me that we are the poorest out of all races, but we have the biggest spending? That makes no sense. It really don't, because everybody, all nations is making money off of us. They're making money off our ignorance. They're making money off our covetousness. They're making money off us, period. If we was to really look at how everything goes and you just start, we will have generational wealth, although I don't believe it, but you will have wealth if you don't spend your money that you have for your family. You basically giving it to other families for them to prosper. You're taking away from your families by spending all this money. And they already knew if they take the men out the home, that the woman would not have that protection and that provision, because if you had a man there, that man be like, you don't need this, you don't need that. And we really don't. Actually, you don't really need all that. It don't take a whole bunch of makeup to to look pretty. It really don't. You can basically just like me, I just wear eyeliner, lip gloss, and that's it. But it was by design to make us look like animals actually. It's like it's a whole bunch of it's like rabbit or hyenas out there. They don't know how to act. They be out there in public. I just seen videos of women up in the airport fighting people. They showing people fighting up in restaurants. You can't go nowhere because it's gonna always be some maggles and hyenas up in there fighting all the time. It never fails, and there's always a fool with a camera recording it and putting it out there. World Star, that's all you see. And I don't even watch World Star, but I know that's why I hear World Star. Every time you turn around, they showing some females fighting over some dude. I'm sorry, you fighting over a man that he have a woman, and you still want to be with him anyway. And then when the other woman confronts you, here you go fighting. That they didn't show so many women deleting each other over a man. It's ridiculous. And every time I turn around, the first thing they say that black women is animals. Black women's. Let me say this, and I'll leave it alone. The powers that be already villainized black men. Black men was supposed to be the most treacherous, low quality of a man. This, that, and third. Congratulations, black women. We didn't surpass the black men, with the way we act, and we really need to stop it. And deleting your children is not it either. And all you doing is just giving your babies to Molech and everybody else, and it's just pathetic to me. I'm really, really sad about how black women turned out, because when I grew up, I didn't see all of this. Because the 304s, they was hid. You didn't know who they was. Only time you knew who it was, because somebody, if you was around an auntie and she had the blabbermouth, that's the only time you knew old girl was tricking around the corner. Now it's just prevalent. Everybody want to show themselves. There's no modesty. You can see every crevice of a woman these days, and you look like, what in the hell? Like, girl, I know me. I'd be like, girl, put some clothes on. You can't tell me what to do. Well, you looking like a hoe. You don't expect a man to treat you like one. But it
don't matter what a woman wear. A man should never call her out of her name. Because
yes, it do. Yes, it do.
I'm sorry. That's what I heard.
No, it matters.
You shouldn't be looking at her like that.
No,
it's your fault.
Right.
I can wear this Fashion Nova. Don't look at me. You're
right.
Dick this villain.
A woman pays attention. If you pay attention to it, like I could say myself, I always got the most respect from guys. Even when I was a kid, I grew up a tomboy. You wouldn't believe it, but I was a tomboy. And I always wore baggier clothes because I didn't want the boys to be seeing my shape, and I was shapely as a kid. And my dad wasn't playing that. My dad wasn't playing that either. But modesty is, you get the guys open the doors. You'll get, if you speak to them, it's a lot of times a lot of these men won't even open doors for women, because women don't even know how to say thank you. They think it's a privilege. If somebody take the time to open the door for you, not a woman, just say thank you. It's just we have a stank attitude as a race of women. We don't know how to protect ourselves. We don't know how to how can I put it? We don't know how to discern anything. It's like we just out there running free, like we had no home training. And it's pathetic. I'm done. It's pathetic. I got more than that, but
You know what? You said a lot. And I'm gonna tell you, one of the things that stuck out to me was that you said that women spend their money to make other people's family rich.
Show me the money.
You know what? Could you speak on that just a little bit more?
Come on,
you know what I'm saying? Because they always said we at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? We at the bottom. Could you speak to the fact that when you don't support your man, it's going to cause you to be at the bottom because you're not helping him build his business for other families to want to spend business with you to support you? Go ahead and talk about that just a taste more.
Okay. Yeah, that is so true. It's a lot of women out here talking about, I won't do this, I won't do that for my man, this, that, and third. But honey, you helping other men and their families. I'd rather build with my husband, get our wealth in, do what we gotta do. By the time we get like 70 years old or something like that, we can relax. But if you keep putting, not helping your man, what the hell you there for? You
Well, let
supposed
me
to
ask
help
you,
me.
what do you say to the women who say men need to go ahead and get it together, and then once you got yourself together, then I'll come and help you? What do you say to those women?
Y'all will be too late, because guess what? It's always another woman there waiting or whatever, and it will help them build. The females are the ones that'll play the games. The women be like, look, I got me one. I'm working with my husband. I love him. I respect him. I do everything I do. That way, it's just I don't know. It's just crazy that a lot of women looking for these ready-made men, and you just want to come in, be with this guy just to see where it goes, mooch off his money and his resources, and then you'll leave. You wasted a few years of this man's time, and that's not even right. That's not right at all. So a lot of these women out here,
Love that money. That's right. Love that money.
I'm gonna do these super chats. I'm gonna do these super chats, and then I have one more question, because I don't want you guys to be up after so many hours, because you guys are grown
this evening.
They've been a blessing to us this evening. So I want to make sure we get y'all to bed in time. We want to make sure Embrace the Grace make her let her phone call before she go to sleep tonight. Alicia may get a phone call from one of my homies. I mean, I just want to put, he may, we'll see. Let's see. Antoine say $5 super chat. He say, you can't delete me because I will haunt you in your nightmares. Thank you, Antoine. I appreciate you. He said females are set in their ways and will never enjoy the benefits of marriage. Women are willing to better themselves in order to grow with men. $5 super chat from Antoine. Thank you, man. He sent another $5 super chat. He said, in the immortal words of George Carlin, what type of news sells the most? Bad news. Wow. Thank you so much, man. I'm going to give y'all something to listen to. We take a deep breath. After this, we get into the last segment of the night, which is going to be Anissa's favorite. I want to put that out there. This is going to be Anissa's favorite because we talked about this already, and she get on my nerves. I love her so much, but she gets on my nerves. So I'm going to play this real quick and we'll talk about it. Here we go.
Oh, let me slow it down. Rapping with the singing, I be swinging. You can get it all free like welfare. Back to the beginning, know what I told ya. I got 2 degrees, now I'm dumb rich. This sound like some 718 shit. The living weirdo on the same shit. Gave me in, let's go buy a Lennox.
Man, love it, love it, love it. All right, thank you guys for the super chat. Appreciate it. For the last subject of tonight, again, shout out to Anissa. I love Anissa. I'm telling you, man, Anissa gets on my damn nerves so bad, but I love her. I love Anissa to death. I'll look down at my phone. I'll be at work in the middle of working, and I'll look down and say, message from Anissa. I say, I know this is gonna be some bullshit. So I click on it and I'll be at work waiting to get off to talk to her ass because I know she just sent me something crazy. All right. So anyway, the last subject of the night is, oh Lord, how am I going to say this to this panel?
Just say it.
Okay. I'm just going to say it. Why are white women winning with black men? Yep. I just wanted to put that out there.
Anybody can just start this thing off,
But I want to play this video first because I think it's important to play this video that we played the other night. Because let me see where it's at. Nope, that ain't it. Okay, nope, that's not it. Okay, I'm gonna find it in a minute. Anyway, we'll let the first person go. I'll find it in a second. Anybody can jump in.
Go ahead, I'll let you.
they understand the long game. You know, we get so wrapped up in temporary or momentary pleasures. They understand the long game, because at the end of the day, you know, usually women outlive men, and those finances are going to go back to their family. That's it.
Praise
So
the Lord,
building
everybody.
up somebody else's family again. Look at this. Tell it again. Anybody else want to go?
Let me jump in there.
Come on, Grace.
The thing is, white women or all the races of women are winning with black men is because, and I get my research by talking with black men. Okay, I don't just pull shit out of my ass. Okay, there is an excellent document called The Angry Black Woman Syndrome. And it really needs to be seen, because I did a poll, and the top 5 was argumentative, combative, unsupportive, non-submissive, doesn't listen, hygiene, doesn't want to build with their man, thinks cooking and cleaning is slavery, doesn't want to sit their ass home and be with the kids. I mean, there's a lot of things. The biggest thing is they weren't there for me while I had nothing. I had one guy, Air Force, masters, Grace, they don't like me. I'm corny. They consider me a lame. They only like me when after they've had 4 kids from 3 different baby daddies. So what is a man to do? I always tell my sisters that I do love a lot. A black man's choice will always be a black woman, a first choice. That is proven fact. And one guy says, "Shit, my mama black. How can I not want to be with a black woman?" But because of everything that I just said, they go elsewhere. Grace, I try. Grace, they don't like me. They don't go for me. I'm not rich enough. My penis is not big enough. Whatever the case may be, it's never enough, and it's really sad. And again, I've told this story before. The fact that my son at 13 years old had already X'd out black women without even knowing. But he's changed his mind, by the way, because, you know, he's older now. And I've tried to talk to him. Don't X out. You could have a beautiful black queen. You know, you got to be like Baskin Robbins and try all 32 flavors. But the fact remains is, if you look at the snow bunnies, they trying to be like y'all. They get tans. They get BBLs. They get, you know, yes, the white woman invented extensions, but a black woman took it to the next level. I mean, it's funny. I go to the beach and I see everybody trying to tan, go into this tanning salon. They're trying to be like y'all. But you know, you're not getting a lot of not getting the black men, and it's sad, because the black men really do love y'all. They really do. They just can't stand some of the ways and the mannerisms, and that's how it goes. I digress. My mic is muted. Go ahead.
So let me play the video, and then we'll continue on. Here we go.
Black women make, wanting black men to come to the relationship table having already achieved success. One of the biggest advantages the snow bunnies have on our women is snow bunnies will find a dusty brother and see his skill, his talent, you feel me? Yeah. Invest in him. And by the time he become a multimillionaire at 35, she been with him the whole walk. A lot of sisters are not going to do that. They're not going to find a dusty brother in his senior year or dusty brother in the community. But you see, he got this business idea. She like, nah, come back and see me when it's up and running. I don't think this ever going to happen. Soon when you waved him off, the snow bunny got him. The snow bunny invested in him. You feel me? 10 years later, the same brother see you trying to holler. He got the white girl. Now you dissing him. You saying they all want white girls. Nah, he came to you. You said you want a ready-made black man. You don't want a work in progress. And I'm telling black women, y'all better start going for some of these works in progress instead of waiting for us to finish the job, because you losing to the snow bunny when you tell us to wait until we got the bag.
Anybody can jump in at any time.
Come on, Jenny.
I'll say that, you know, it's very interesting. I think that it's cultural. I think that it's just based off of how most white women are raised. And so the reason why I say it's cultural is because you know, a white woman could be raised in a way that is very stereotypically Black, and then she acts like a stereotypical Black woman and then becomes as undesirable as most Black women. And then you could have a Black woman who's raised very stereotypically white and then has a lot of those stereotypical white traits and then becomes as desirable as a lot of white women are seen. And how do I know that? Well, because I'm a living example of that. And so, you know, I find that very fascinating. And so, yeah, you know, a lot of white women, they're just brought up in a different mindset when it comes to marriage and when it comes to relationships. And a lot of them see Black men as special and interesting. And so they seem to almost cherish Black men more. And they see them as like, oh, wow, like, I got me a Black man. Like, he's so cool. And, you know, he's not just an average Trevor. You know, I got me a Daytwan, you know, or something like they just see him different. And so, you know, they're going to value them more. And so, and Black women, you know, I think, because what Tyranny said earlier, I thought was very interesting. Because I know a lot of people feel this way, but I don't. And I don't know if that is a pro or a con. But he was saying how, you know, we should get together as Black men and Black women because we belong to each other. But I don't really feel like Black men and women belong to each other. I feel like it doesn't really matter. And so, you know, I think Black women who have this attitude of, oh, well, Black men belong to us, they feel entitled. And so when you get entitled, you get comfortable. And so Black women just feel like, oh, well, I'm just going to do whatever. And Black men are just supposed to be with me because we belong together. And white women don't feel that way because I guess they don't feel like, you know, Black men are supposed to be with me. So I kind of have to up the ante in another way too. So I think there's a couple different factors that play along into it as to why like Black men are like, you know what, I'm not putting up with this anymore. I don't have to do this. And then they're just going to go for these white women.
I have a little bit of pushback for Dr. Umar because I think that I think that the majority of Black women that are married to successful men started with them at the beginning. I don't think the majority of us are getting successful Black men at the finish line. I think the majority of us have built with our men. So I don't necessarily agree with him on that all of us are waiting at the finish line. Most of us start out when you are dusty, when you are broke, when you haven't, you know, finished this, that, or the other, and we build with you. I mean, look at your parents, look at your grandparents. And those men didn't have anything, but those women married them and they built families and stayed married with them, you know, through the duration. So I don't necessarily agree with him on that. However, I think that we don't know. I don't think we know how to pick well. We'll overlook the nerd that might be really going places. He could be in college. He could be in accounting school or med school or doing something actually really productive. But because he's a nerd and he doesn't dress the way that you want him to dress, and he might wear glasses or whatever, you will totally, you know, disregard that person to go for the bad boy, you know, who, you know, might be completely opposite, not really doing much or whatever, but he's cute, he's fine, you know, and you know, so I don't think we really know how to pick well. I think that's where we mess up, to be honest.
Anissa, let me ask you a question. Your weekly thing that we do is you select wines, is that correct?
I do.
How did you select the wines that you go through each week? How do you go about it?
To be honest, they're either wines that I have had before, or I might follow certain brands, and if they come out with something new, you know, I might choose it that way. And then also I have a group of friends that just started their own wine tasting business. They're both studying to become sommeliers, so I also take recommendations from them.
Okay. The reason why I asked that is because most people gravitate to what they're used to.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
That's why I say we don't know how to pick.
Well, my whole thing is, how does one change their taste if they haven't expound on their palate? If what they're used to
Boy.
is always a dry wine, then
Say it
why
again,
isn't
Lost. Just stop. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Rewind and say it one more time. Because you doing this shit and then you're not. Do it again.
what I said was,
Let me put you on the
how
big screen.
come here's the thing, if women have the ability to determine what wines they can select from, how come they can't expand their palate when it comes to men?
Well, I think the interesting thing about that, um, because you guys talk about it all the time up here, if you are a young lady and you were not raised in a two-parent home and you have never been raised or influenced by your father, you have no idea what a man is. You have no idea what he brings to the table. You have no idea what his intrinsic value is. So you probably are not going to be able to pick a good man. An advantage that some of these snow bunnies have because they come from two-parent homes. They come from families where the father is a doctor, an executive, a this or a that. They see how their mother interacts with these type of men. They are accustomed to that exposure. So when they get around the athlete or the this or the that, and you're thinking, oh, they're just snatching them up, it's because they already know how to relate to them. If you have not had that experience as a Black woman because your father was not there, he was absent, or whatever the situation, however it came about, you have no idea of how to talk to a man or how to treat a man or the dynamics, between a husband and a wife because you've never seen it.
The reason why I asked you that, Anissa, I wanted to know who taught you how to select a wine, a good wine.
Yeah, I just explained. It's either through because of my travels. Whenever I travel, especially when I go to different cities, I always try to, find a winery so I can experience that because I'm interested in wine. So I like that. So when I went to Napa, we did the whole, Napa tour, whatever. I learned a lot about the wines then. And then I have friends, who are very much into, drinking wines, and I have been exposed to, um, you know, exposed to them, and I've learned a lot from them. So you have to expose yourself. You have to learn. You have to expose yourself. You have to be around it, and that influences your selection. I had, my mother and my father. There were definite. The reason I think the way that I think is because a large part in the race that I was raised. I was raised by my mother and my father. Both of my parents were professionals, but there were clear gender roles, in my home. Definitely. My mother was definitely the feminine, the nurturer. My daddy was definitely the disciplinarian, the masculine. My daddy was he was the provider. So that was my example growing up. So that is what I saw. That's what I saw in my grandparents. So that has shaped of what I think that a man should be. So I'm not into this modern way of thinking. I'm into, well, this is what I saw growing up. This is the dynamic that I saw, and this is what I believe that a man is, and this is what I believe that a woman is. So that's what shaped me. And I think if you have never seen that and you've never seen that example, then where in the world are you going to get it from? And how are you going to know how to pick a man?
The reason why I said that, I appreciate the word salad, but if you've known me long enough, I'm going to brush that to the side, and I'm going to go back to the wine.
Question.
No, you didn't. Because my thing is this, I asked you, how did you discover different wines? And you said you had friends, you went to different locations or whatever. Is that correct?
Yes.
Dr. T.S. Johnson over at the University of California, Berkeley, has a class where he teaches women. Yeah, he teaches women Black male studies. And the majority of women who are in that class are non-Black women trying to discover what makes Black men tick. You see what I'm saying? Even though you don't have your parents there to teach you how to do it, because I think a lot of times women like to use that as a crutch and say, nobody's taught us how to pick a husband. Well, this man offers a course on how to do that. And I think we got to stop letting women get away with the excuse of nobody told me in absence or in lieu of performance. Black man, I know you got it queued up. Go ahead, sir.
Can I respond to that, or you want me to wait for the video?
I got this idea to tell you that you need to do your research, and if you're dating a black man, it is your responsibility to understand the history and the trauma of slavery.
And you was one of your initial classes, one of the first classes you had, you noticed that it was predominantly non-black women who were going in there studying black men.
I started teaching a black male course because it was needed. You know, I noticed I started to get this population of white women.
Yeah.
I don't know why they were there. And when I began to kind of ask them, you know, in the hallways, under the, you know, why are you taking this class? And I started to find, oh, well, my boyfriend is, and I want to understand him and his family, or, you know, I'm trying to date some of the men on the basketball team or football team or whatever, but I don't understand them. So another 3 or 4 years after that, I noticed the population shifted from, you know, white women to Latinas, and the Latinas were coming in with the same kind of intensity.
You're literally telling me that you had a class that was dedicated to black men, where black women have an opportunity to study their men, understand what they're going through, understand how to relate to them better. And instead of us doing that, you have other women of other ethnic groups, other races going in, taking note, using it as ammo to get the quote unquote best men out there. So it's like,
I think I responded to this video the last time that we played it, and I believe what I said.
Yeah, but this is a different context. This is a different context. I'm gonna tell you the reason why. I'm gonna tell you the reason why it's a different context. It's a different context is because we're letting women get away with the excuse of nobody showed me what a father is, so I don't know what it looks like to get a husband. You see what I'm saying? So
that's a valid point, Lit. But going back to the video, and as I responded to when we played it a week or two ago, and I believe I said that no other woman should be more understanding of our men than we are. That shouldn't be. They have to go to a class. We've been there. We went through it. You all didn't go through slavery by yourselves. We were right there next to you. You didn't go through the 60s and 70s by yourselves. We were right there with you. You haven't, everything pretty much that the black man has had to go through, the black woman has been there. So if that is where we're dropping the ball, because no woman should be able to come from the outside and understand your man better than we do, because we have been through everything with you. That woman has not been through everything with you. That's why she got to go take a class so she can catch up and find out what's going on. But we've been with you every step of the way, which is why I don't understand why you all would sit up here and say we won't build with y'all, because we've been with you all from the beginning when you ain't have nothing, and we still married you and built families and all of that kind of stuff. So that's the pushback that I have. That's who you were marrying when you really didn't have any of these other options. You married black women. And we were there with you from the beginning when you had nothing, and we still married you and chose you.
Now, I appreciate.
So we should not be allowing any other race to come in and learn more about our men than we should inherently know of ourselves, simply because we've been there through it all. They haven't experienced what we've experienced.
I appreciate what you just said, but think about this. These Latino and white women have their own fathers, okay? They have access. Listen, they have fathers, right? So why would they go to a black man, to his class, to learn how to take care of another black man? It seems as if those white women honor the viewpoint of a black man's perspective to the point where we're saying, hey, allow me to sit at your feet. Allow me to listen to what you're saying. How I want to choose a black man. I have options to choose white men, Latino men, or whatever, but I want to spend my hard-earned money on better learning how to take care of a black man. You see what I'm saying? Because in their mind, at this particular junction, they have respect for another black man because he's teaching the class. Number two, they have reverence for another black man because they want to find out the best way how to take care of him. And I think the issue with the sisters is deep down inside, they really don't respect black men, and B, they feel like they're entitled to them. So if you don't respect them, if you feel like you're entitled to them, then you're going to perform poorly. And that's the main reason why we have a lot of sisters who talk to men any kind of way. We have a lot of sisters who don't listen to men. We have a lot of sisters who don't honor men. As a matter of fact, Ebony K. Williams is the type of person who's a poster child for this particular woman. Yes, his sperm is good enough, but his leadership is not. And I think that speaks to the problem of what we have in the community. We don't want to call out the behavior in lieu of what you look like. I've had this conversation with a lot of my female friends. I said, I don't care what you look like. It's about how you treat other men. It's your behavior. Stop crutching on what you look like and get back to being what made you who you are, which is who you are on the inside. What are your values? What do you believe in? What will you fight for? What will you live for? You see what I'm saying? Those are the things that are intangibles that these women are trying to learn in the class. You see what I'm saying? So that's the main reason why these women are putting their money where their mouth is. And what we're doing is we're telling men, hey, don't listen to them. We were here first. But I'm asking the sisters, what are you offering in lieu? What are you offering? And I think that's a valid question. Miss O, you had your hand up.
Oh, I forgot what I was. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. The reason, being that I see a lot of black men going to the white women, it's not the fact of that the white woman had a family dynamic, this, and that, and the third. It all boils down to the attitude that black women shows. A lot of men, they want a black woman, but when they approach them, whatever, we hard all the time. We want to fight. We want to be disrespectful. You call him a band, a BA ninja. You do all these things. They want to go to a man want to be, especially a black man, they want to be with someone that is soft. They have homeboys. They don't need to come home to a homeboy. Like you know, they just want softness. And another thing too, I see a lot of black guys, black men actually, they'll go over to these the white women, but if you look at it, a lot of these white women, they don't even look to par like we do. They can be out of shape. They can be 400-500 pounds, looking like M&Ms going down the street, and you see a brother with them. And then when you look at it, you look at them like, "Ooh, you wear her." And first thing they tell you, but she treat me nice. She don't call me out my name. She don't do this. If I ask her to do something, she ain't, "What you want, ninja?" and all this other stuff. She's not chest bumping me. So it's just our attitude. If we straighten the attitude up, we'd be good and show that respect. If you don't have that, like I said, respect, it goes a long way. I'm actually against interracial couples. I am, but at the same time, we're not giving these brothers any kind of how can I say, incentive to be with a black woman. I have 2 sons. I have a total of 4 sons and 1 daughter. 2 of my sons are dating white women. It's not the fact that they grew up in a 2-parent household. My kids have. And these girls that they with, they didn't. Well, one of them grew up in 2 family. One didn't. So it's not it's not the fact that they grew up around a 2-family household. It's all about respect and dignity and stuff. And every man want that. It don't matter the color. Every man want that. They want that stability. And for a lot of people to think, especially women, white women they say white women better. Shit. Them white guys go through hell just like black men do with their women. I'm done.
Absolutely. I'm with you, Miss O. I think we try to say, oh, we take the nice treatment out of it. Them dudes get sexualized. They want the D. Let's stop trying to pussyfoot around it. They are sexualized. Just like Latino women, they are sexualized. White women, they are sexualized as well. They can be nice, but just like, you know what I'm saying? Like the white men, they sexualize us. Because I wonder how it would be to be with a woman like that. And that's why they said, like, and it works because we try to fulfill each other's fantasy subconsciously. But yes, their mannerisms are nice or whatever. That's just in their culture. They're just culture oriented around family. Latina countries and families, they are centered around the family. That's what they are harped upon. Poppy is not, they say, oh, you called me Poppy? No, they call their sons Poppy. They call their dads Poppy. Like, it's not nothing, it's something special to you, but that's what they use every day in their language. So the fact that they've cultivated that that caring and the love around family is a big thing. We probably have dropped the ball on that because we're so busy working, we trying to be the boss bee and being hard. It takes away that softness that those men want, that the Black man wants to experience. When we come home, turn it off. All right? Be my wife. Be kind. Soft words. Listen to me. Cook. Don't make it a problem. All those things. We just need to learn how to put it in place. That we already know the struggle of the Black men because we all grew up in the same neighborhoods. Whether you're on the East Coast, West Coast, we all grew up and we have the similar, tones to our culture. But we just have to ramp up the femininity part of it that they are seeking. Like they said, it's not. You remember how a person makes you feel. And like you said, sometimes they're upgrading to a person that is the exact opposite in another culture. She may be big. I'm big too, but you don't want to be with me because the Black woman is assumed to have all those hard tendencies, but you will go to another culture and accept the same thing. But it's just the way that woman makes you feel. And we have to understand that as women. That's why we're up here. Take heed, that's why us women, Shahrazad Ali, that we're trying to make the women understand that you have to take accountability, that femininity is the way to go, not the way of, education's good. You can't get a look at the Indians. They make their sons and daughters go to school, okay? But they know families first, how to be a woman. They know their roles. They know everything. It's very simple. It's very just copy paste. That's it. Copy paste. It doesn't take it away from us. Just copy paste. Make it Black. Okay, and it'll be awesome. We will see it ourselves blossom. I believe we can turn it around. Like you said, with the biggest spenders, but let's spend and invest in ourselves. Let's go to the class. Let's do those things. To learn how to be a feminine woman. Let's go to wife school. Actual people that can teach you how to cross your legs and what the salad fork is, what's a dinner fork. You know what I'm saying? You don't even probably know those things, how to boil water. I think, I think we can turn it around, but if we can be our man's desire, at this point, I'm not sure. If a person prefers an Asian woman, there's nothing you can do with a person preference, and you can't fight against that. But at least I can be a close second. I don't know. Maybe I'll be a good woman for the next Black man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to diminish who I am, or we shouldn't diminish who we are as Black women just because society said that we're less desired. You know what I'm saying? We are beautiful. All women are beautiful. We just have to improve our behavior. That's what the men disapprove of, is our behaviors.
Now, one of the things you said that stood out was that, Black women having to go out and work and becoming hard because they have to go out and do the work, go out and work, right? So, I had to pull up stats here. It says 56.7% of white women are in the workforce.
I'm not talking about not working. I'm talking about not turning off the whatever persona that you have in the workplace when it comes home. I'm not talking about that a woman can't work. I didn't say that. So
she's talking about the attitude. She's talking about the attitude.
I'm talking about the attitude. I'm not talking about working. Everybody work. I work next to the Latinos. I work next to Dominicans. I work next to the Filipinos. They're right there with me, and they send money back home. So I know that women work. It's just how we treat home life. People need to turn it off at work life, home life, two different things. So I'm not talking about working.
Because Anissa said a few weeks ago, about tone. She said basically what you're saying, the tonality, men being able to talk to them. And you see it every day in the workplace. I do, because I get there before everybody. So when my team walks in, the young ladies walk in, good morning. You're like, okay, good morning. Right? But then you walk down the hallway to get you a cup of coffee, and the white girl passed away. Good morning. Shit, she'll scare the shit out you. Good morning. I'm like, damn, good morning. Shit. What did you drink this
Get an
morning?
egg salad at you. You know what I'm saying?
My God. Damn, she loud. But they're just at 5 o'clock in the fucking morning, they're just bubbly. I'm like, shit. I thought my good morning was a high one, but her shit, good morning. That's a good morning. How was your day yesterday? Did you have a good day yesterday? I'm like, yeah, it was okay. Oh, okay. Get your cup of coffee. You're gonna need it today. It's gonna be a long day today. I know. I'm like, damn. So I just think that I agree with you on this. I think that it's just bubbly. I think that most women just don't.
It costs them something to be nice.
Yeah, it just costs them something. I'm with you, White School Podcast. I think that if our women just smile, goddamn, if you could just make them, baby, can you just smile? And one thing I can say about this panel tonight, it don't take much to get Alicia to smile.
It
Watch
really
this.
doesn't.
3, 2, 1. Boom! There it is, right there. There it is, come right there. So look, it don't take much to make Alicia smile. Look at Anissa, she's smiling. Look at me. Oh, watch Miss Jenny. Hello, I can get Miss Jenny to smile. Here it come. There it is. You see what I'm saying? Why is it so fucking? Why has it got to be goddamn rocket science to make just a smile? A smile is welcoming.
Yeah.
If you're walking with your face like a pair of starched Dickies every day,
the key is you have to be at peace with yourself.
Yeah,
I have to be at peace with yourself.
The art of feminine wiles. I think that's what we've lost over time.
Yeah,
I mean, I better bottle it up for a getaway, because it ain't on the shelf no more.
Yeah, you can influence a man with your feminine wiles, and I think we've just gotten so far away from that. And we have, for some reason, we think being soft and being submissive and being cooperative is has come to mean weakness, and we don't understand that there's strength in that. It's actually a position of strength, and I think we
are still having these kids. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I work next to the Dominicans. Okay, those are my people. Mi gente. Okay, okay, my people. All right, I know how to assimilate. Now, I'm over here working like a workhorse. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna prove myself. I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna get these heavy things. And she's like, mijo, can you get that for me? They were helping her left and right. I'm like, well, daggone it, girl. What do I need to do? So I was like, okay, here's my lesson. Okay, real life, real time. Okay, now I'm gonna start like, yo, my back's hurting. I need some help too. So I'm gonna take the cue cards and do what she do. I'm like, oh, can you please help me with this? Oh, can you? And they're like, oh, no problem, sure. So it's nice. So as soon as you start implementing it, like you can have the knowledge of stuff, but as soon as you start implementing it, it just changes everything. You're like, wow, okay, that wasn't so hard. So like next thing you know, okay, now I could smile. That wasn't so bad. You just have to just start walking in it. And it just becomes easy.
Alyssa, you had your hand up earlier. Did you want to say something?
You're muted, sweetheart.
I believe I forgot.
I try to get to you,
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm got a mile a minute.
Yeah, before we get you guys to your bunk beds or sleigh beds or king size or queen size beds, I'm gonna read these super chats real quick before we get out of here. Antoine, he said, Miss O, you're right on target, sweetheart. Thank you for the $2 super chat, my brother. I appreciate it. Through the Fire podcast, $5. He said, I find it dysfunctional that you women call productive Black men who focus on a professional path nerds. Your kind is sick. Damn, he's not
talking about the women up here, though,
Through the Fire podcast, found out a super chat. He said black women got intuition when it comes to cheat. I said this the other day and tore a whole room up. Everybody didn't want to fight me. Black women got tuition when it comes to cheating, but none when it comes to your man suffering in silence. Ooh, I said that the other day, boy, them women, they almost wanted to tear me up at work. Did you hear what I said? Thank you for that. Antoine, $5 super chat. Females are dream takers and dream fakers. Women are dream makers. Ladies, go find yourself a dream maker. All right, Antoine, poetic ass boy. All right, Through the Fire podcast, $5 super chat. Kevin Samuel said all the time, men will go down in looks for cooperation. Ooh, that boy
did say that. He did say that.
Yes, he did. Through the Fire podcast with one more $5 super chat. He said, I'm doing 100 sit-ups a day so some female can sexualize the hell out of me. Oh,
I'm glad you're competing.
Let's go.
I'm glad you're competing.
That's right.
Appreciate
Put some
that,
baby
man.
oil on your chest too while you're doing it, man.
I appreciate you ladies for coming up here tonight. I know that me and the guys of BMU Network hate you guys so much. You guys are nothing to us. And
Least desirable.
Oh god damn. Everybody said we just hate y'all. And so I'm so glad y'all came over here to Men Who Hate You to have a conversation. I appreciate that. Alicia, thank you so much for being here. Check her and Miss O out on Thursday. Grown Ass Women podcast on Thursday. It's gonna be amazing. So make sure y'all check that out on Thursday. And Anissa, thank you for being here. I didn't have no wine for us tonight, but next week you better have one. The White School podcast, thank you so much for being here. You're amazing. Miss O, of course, thank you. You and Alicia tagging up is going to be amazing because I think y'all will feed off each other greatly. Miss Jenny, you and that boo and that possibility, that baby over there. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm so glad you're feeling better. You had a great show on Saturday night. So thank you so much for all that you do. And thank you for standing tall for the women who don't want to come up on panels and who don't speak, just stay in the chat. Thank you for showing your face in these places where they're talking about deleting babies and talking about stupid stuff and talking about the Bible and the misconceptions of the Bible. You right there. I'm saying, damn, is that Miss Jenny again? So thank you so much for being out there in the streets and standing for what you believe in, sweetheart. That's amazing. Last but not least, my sister from another mister, Embrace the Grace. Thank you so much for being here. Guys, she is also a part of the Black Man Unfiltered Network family. She is on Monday Mayhem, guys, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on every Monday. So all of these people here are just family that you see on here tonight. And I just want to say that I don't hate any of you. I think all of you live lifestyles that are amazing. I think you smile. I think you're not what we're talking about. I think you are what we want them to be about. Damn, that was good.
Yes, it was.
Wasn't that good, Mario? That was good, wasn't it, baby? Ooh, my baby said that was good. So I just, but I appreciate you guys. And last but not least, again, my brother from another mother, Lost in Translation, the velvet voice of YouTube, man. Thank you so much for always coming in and rocking out with me, brother. We've been discussing a lot of things on how we want to do things moving forward, because you know what? There's a lot of people out there attacking people who believe in marriage, attacking people who want to save babies' lives, attacking people. And a lot of people have been calling us names, I know y'all have heard the term. If you haven't, you will now. The Rim Brothers, Red Pill, Incel Men. I think that's what it says. That's what it stands for.
It should stand for righteous, intelligent men.
Manosphere.
Daggone right.
Manosphere. But you know what though? You know, Black Men Unfiltered. I love the Lord, but I'll dib and dab and strike your ass back. Because when they call us the Rim Brothers, we definitely came up with an acronym as well. And we ladies, close your ears if you don't want to hear this, but we came back with BITCH. And it stands for beta individuals that comfort hoes. And so we came right back at them with our own acronym. And I think I don't want to use it as much unless I have to. It's just in my arsenal. But again, ladies, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. We love you dearly. You all are beautiful. You spoke well. You respected each other. You weren't ratchet. Oh, and another thing. I love the fact that you guys came on here and showed your faces. A lot of women don't show their face.
They really don't. I appreciate
they hide
y'all.
behind the damn avatar.
Hold on.
Keyboard warriors.
They hide behind the avatar. So I appreciate you guys for not hiding behind the avatar. saying
We don't
what
want to
you
show
mean.
our beards.
Oh yeah, show that they go
Pretending to be something that you're not.
pretending to be something that you're not, and no proof of what you say you call yourself. And so thank you guys for coming up on the camera, smiling, and being respectful to not just me and Lost as host, but just to each other. Nissa, get on my nerves. I love you. Alicia, thank you. Welcome to the family. Embrace the grace. She crazy as hell. Miss Jenny, she's just a workaholic and a loving wife. Miss O, thank you so much. I got an opportunity to talk to her husband the other day. He's amazing. To talk to him the other day. So thank you for allowing me to have that conversation with him. And Wife School Podcast, keep doing what you're doing and stop running. God damn, Wife School Podcast, why you just can't come over here and be with us on Tuesdays? What you be doing? You ain't doing nothing.
I'm at work right now.
What shit you came over here tonight?
Because it's quiet. Ain't nobody bothering me. So that's good. Usually it'd be busy.
Okay,
but
be
I
careful.
do be in the chat.
What state
She
are
do
you
be in
in?
the chat though.
What state are you
You
in?
trying to get me stalked?
No, what state? Not city.
Massachusetts.
Do they allow women to carry there?
I'm sure they do, yeah.
Why aren't you carrying?
Carrying what? A gun?
Yes.
A Glock? No, I don't need to.
Why?
Well, I probably should get one, but I don't
Absolutely.
have one at the moment.
So when you leave out of your building at night, you just walk in freely?
No, I come into the building at night. My shift starts at 10 or 11 at night, and I don't leave till 7 in the morning, so I don't have to leave.
Okay, good. But you still need to get you one though.
We have security outside.
Yeah, as me and Lost in Translation will agree on this. All women need to be carrying. You need to have two things.
If you're woman of God.
If you're a sturdy hand woman, you need a 9mm. All right, you need to have it already cocked back. You need to have the safety on, and you need to drop that safety and shoot center mass. If you happen to pull out the gun, never should be in your purse. It should always be on your person. Second thing, all right, as you can tell, we're gunmen over here. Second thing is you also need to have a knife. If you can't get to
I
the
like
gun,
knives.
yeah, you can't get to the gun. You hit him with the knife and turn the knife counterclockwise. So that opens up the blood vessels and he bleeds to death in 30 seconds. You have to be willing to be able to protect yourself. So I have my daughter. My daughter's 20. She's ready. If you grab my daughter, you're going to see her. You're going to heaven or hell. I taught my daughter very well. Ladies, get you something. Nissa, you too. Cause all that shit you be talking, you got to have some protection. Okay. I need you to be able to protect yourself. Alicia, everybody, please protect yourselves at all times. All right. We good to go. We'll see you guys on what's tomorrow? Wednesday? What We Know
Tomorrow's
podcast tomorrow.
JT in the building.
Yes, sir. JT in the building. We got a sports show at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And right after that, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, JT from What We Know podcast will be going live. He's going to have two special guests that you're not going to believe. It's going to be two of the people who called us Ram Brothers over here. They're coming over to his show tomorrow night. So y'all pray for that show because I'm definitely going to have to pull up to that one to be there for my brother. But we'll see you guys on tomorrow night. I love you. Peace. Thursday. Can't wait to see my girls. Have a girl show. Ladies, please come and support these ladies because it's going to be an all-ladies show. Just like Barbershop on Friday is for us, Thursday night is for the ladies. All right? So we'll have the Thursday night ladies show. Okay? And we out this thing. We'll see y'all. Oh, they go Mavericks. Somebody said go Mavericks in the chat. Listen, we down 2-0. I don't think that's gonna work. All right. Oh, one more thing. Let's pray for each other, guys. Because I'm being for real right now. All jokes aside. There's a lot of people out here who are dealing with depression, stress. They're taking their lives. Black men have had a 13% uptick in self-deletion. Yeah. I saw that today. I read it today. Black men are just taking themselves out. There was a guy right here in what part of Texas? Was it Houston? Yeah. Got off work, got in his car, blew his brains out right after his shift. And he left a wife and 4 kids. Dead. 34 years old. Took his own life. So men, I'm telling you something about men. Women are very expressive and emotional. Men, I could be smiling with loss right now and get off of here and boom. You can never tell when it comes to a man. Men hide things very, very, very well when it comes to stress, depression, self-deletion, all that kind of stuff. You got to watch out. So if you're close to a man and he's stressed out, women, if you're married to a man, please do your best to provide a safe space for that man. Because if he doesn't have one, it could lead to stuff like that if he gets into a bad spot. So just pray for that family. Jesus Christ, pray for that family and all the other people and women too who are dealing with depression, stress, PTSD, all these different things out here that are just wearing our community out. Just pray for those people and be good to each other, man. If you can't do anything nice for yourself, do something nice for somebody else. All right. I will see you guys on tomorrow. We out.
Thank you.